A lot of water or a little water? Well, but wet in the middle, where the door ends. Yeah.
Hey, Gaku, can you mute Steve? Thank you.
If you're not a commissioner or from the city staff, please turn off your camera. Okay, how are we doing here on quorum? I see 4 commissioners. Hello, Steve. I think, and Tom also. All right, so we do have quorum, and it is 5:30. So, welcome to the 27th of October Complete Streets Commission meeting. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Great, awesome, thank you. It is 5:30, so we have a quorum, and let's make sure that we have a roll call. Vice Chair Banerjee, I see you. Commissioner Ambia, I see you.
Yes.
Steve, I see you. Commissioner Cutts. Commissioner Geschneidner, are you there? I see you and the participants, but there you go. Now I see you on screen. And let's see, I'm missing anyone else. I don't see any other
Liang?
commissioners. I don't see the remaining commissioners and the participant. If you are there, please announce yourself. Okay, I don't see them on the participants list. So with that, we have quorum, so we're going to proceed. And we start with, as usual, 20 seconds, private recitement of the Pledge of Allegiance. Okay, we proceed forward on the next item, and that is public comments. Okay, I see one commissioner joining. Hello, Cindy. And
hi, sorry, I had computer problems.
Yep. Okay, we have now the next item, which is public comments on items not on the agenda. If you are here to speak on any item that is not on the agenda, in particular, if you're here to speak on Questa, please wait. So if you have anything to talk about or thoughts to share with us on items not on the agenda, this is your opportunity. So please raise your hand virtually, or if you cannot do that, just simply jump on the line and announce your name, please. Going once, going twice. I don't see any requests to speak. So with that, again, if you are not a commissioner or staff member, please turn off your camera. Thank you. All right, so with that, we move now to the next item, which is actually the first item on the agenda, official item, which is meeting minutes from September 29th. And these are action minutes, I think, as we've heard multiple times now from the city. Any comments from the commissioners? And for those of you who have attended the training, if you were not participating in the last meeting, you still get to vote yes, because you're not voting on the content, you're voting on the process. Very well. So do I have any motion? If everybody's in agreement with the minutes, do I have a motion? Should I pass some coffee around?
I move that we approve the minutes from the last BPAC, goodness. Complete Streets Commission as is. I apologize. My goodness.
Okay. Steve, you want to unmute?
I second the motion.
Okay, well, before we second the motion, is any amendments, friendly amendments, or any amendments of any kind? I don't see anyone, I see heads bobbing, so I'll take it as a no. All right, so Steve, we have a second. So all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, let me see hands go up. If you're a commissioner, raise your hand, please. Okay, so we have unanimous 5, well, not unanimous 5. And I see 2 who are not, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Sorry, 6. I'm not counting well. It's still, I guess it's still 6 yes, and then 1 commissioner still not participating tonight. Okay, great. Marissa, you have all the notes, right? The approval, I guess the vote on the minutes. All good? Okay, awesome. Great. So with that, we move to the next item, number 2 on the agenda, and that is Cuesta Drive. And the city will go forward with a presentation.
Chair,
Yes.
if I may, before we begin, my personal residence was within 500 feet of one of the adjacent streets that was studied, and there was data collected on it. So I feel like I need to recuse myself from the entire discussion based on that data inclusion. But I look to the city to provide further guidance on that.
Okay, any city guidance? Any, is the 500 feet from the Questa or 500 feet?
500
from,
feet from adjacent street that was included in the data analysis of the traffic impact of the
Now,
question.
my question to the city, is the 500 feet from the city in question, which is Questa, or does it also include the adjacent street?
The 500 feet is from the project area of Questa and Arboleda, where we're going to be, which was the project. So if you're within 500 feet of just one of the streets where we collected data, there shouldn't be a conflict. So we're not going to be taking any action on those streets.
Fine, thank you.
Okay, very well.
Clarification. I shall remain.
Awesome, great. So with that, we would ask the city staff to take the podium.
I'll go ahead and jump in. This is Jaime Rodriguez. I'm a consultant in the transportation division, and I'm going to go ahead and give the presentation on Cuesta Drive tonight. Can you just a quick confirmation on a mic check?
Good, you're good.
All right, cool. Let me jump onto the slideshow here. Give me 1 second while I get set up. Just can you guys see my screen? I just want to make sure you're looking at the presentation, not the
We do.
notes. Great. Okay, thank you very much. So tonight's meeting is focused on the Cuesta Drive, Arboleda Drive traffic calming project. This is an update on the project. I think this is our 3rd update since we finished the major construction of the project last summer. A quick background for people that are watching this for the first time related to Cuesta Drive. The city initiated a design project for Cuesta Drive in 2018. In 2019, we reinitiated a new planning and design phase to move away from the original 2018 design, which was to build 2 raised intersection speed tables on the corridor. And after about a year-long planning process, we landed on a project that included speed tables along Cuesta Drive and speed humps along Arboleda Drive. And we initiated and completed construction in the summer of 2020. And we're moving forward now with our evaluation. That says second, but this is actually, I think, our total 3rd update since we've completed the project. Tonight, we're going to present post-construction data that we collected in the fall, in the month of September. And we're also going to review the Cuesta Drive topographic survey data that was requested by the commission during our spring update. And at that point, then we're going to provide some of our city staff recommendations and solicit some input from the commission on any additional modifications moving forward. So, I apologize for the note there. We distributed about 1,000 flyers for the preparation of this meeting. And then that includes homes within a 1,000-foot radius of either Cuesta Drive or Arboleda Drive. And in addition to the mailers, we also did sandwich boards out in the field, so people that were just walking by or riding by or driving by could get notification about tonight's meeting. So that's something we've been doing on all of our projects, and it's been fairly effective in getting people to the meetings. A little bit of background regarding what the original project included. The project included the construction of 5 speed tables along Cuesta Drive. The image on the far left there shows some of the more recent improvements that we've made since our spring update. That includes the addition of the down arrows on the back side of each speed table, depending on which way you're approaching them. And then we also added a kind of 12-inch white border on each side of the speed table, as well as adding a second set of speed hump tables. So if you're driving down the corridor, you're seeing a warning or advisory message to slow down for the speed hump at 15 miles per hour. And these were all changes that we made in response to input that we received in the spring regarding the humps, or the speed tables, I should say, being a little more difficult to see at certain parts of Cuesta Drive, depending if they were underneath large tree canopies. The project also included speed humps along Arboleda. There were no modifications to the speed humps on Arboleda since the installation of the project. We also did 2 always stop installations at Questa and Clark. And that's something that went in just before the major construction started, as well as Campbell and Arboleda Rosita. And then we included with this project a new pedestrian pathway along the north side of Cuesta Drive between Clark and Campbell as part of the Safe Routes to School pathway for Covington School for the students that are living north of Cuesta walking to Covington Elementary School. So that was the overall project completed in 2020. This is just a quick map view of the improvements. The stops that are shown here at Springer and Questa and Campbell Avenue and Questa, those were the always stops that were already in place when we started the project. And then with the project, we did an additional always stop at Questa and Clark, Arboleda and Clark, and Campbell and Rosita. This is the location of the 5 speed tables that were built along Cuesta Drive, and the numbers that are in each of the yellow boxes are one of the addresses that the speed tables are in front of along Cuesta Drive. And along Arboleda, we built 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 speed humps in blue. And the numbers shown there are the addresses in which, one of the addresses in which those speed humps are in front of on Arboleda Drive. I'm going to spend a little bit of time here just to kind of make sure you analyze, just so you guys understand the data that we collected in 2019 as a pre-project condition, which is shown in the lighter gray color. So if you look at all of the streets here, these are streets where we collected data so we could monitor any changes and trends regarding vehicle volumes or vehicle speeds. Again, this numbers in light gray were all pre-COVID, so there's been significant changes in volumes and vehicle speeds. A lot of that, I think, happens to be because that we were in a COVID environment in the spring, which are the black numbers, which we collected in the spring, and that was during the second lockdown, kind of in the springtime around March. And then in blue is the data that we collected just this past September. And so if we're looking at Cuesta Drive, for example, this is just one of the data points between Arboleda and Campbell. In 2019 pre-project, we had vehicle speeds 35 miles per hour in the eastbound direction, 34 miles per hour in the westbound direction. In the spring, we were at 23 miles an hour eastbound, 22 miles per hour westbound. And this past fall, or this fall in September, we were about 22 miles per hour eastbound and 20 miles per hour westbound. So just a slight vehicle speed reduction as motorists became adjusted or accustomed to the speed tables being out in the field. On the opposite end of Cuesta Drive, between Clark and Springer, in the pre-project condition in 2019, we were about 36 miles per hour in the eastbound direction, 35 in the west. So, fairly consistent average 35 mile an hour per speeds kind of along the corridor of Cuesta Drive. In the spring, during, again, that second COVID lockdown, we saw vehicle speed reductions in the eastbound direction of about 26 to 26 miles per hour and 28 miles per hour in the westbound. And this past fall, speeds were fairly similar to what we saw in the spring, 27 eastbound, 29 westbound. And same thing happens on Arboleda. I know the focus of tonight's meeting is really Questa, but I did want to highlight some of the other streets because there's been a lot of interest in those historically with this project. So along Arboleda pre-project, we were about 31-28 eastbound, westbound. Now we're at about 26-25. And on the opposite end of Arboleda, closer to Springer, we were about 34, maybe call it 30, 32 or 33 miles per average. Now we're down to about 22. So we've definitely achieved on both Arboleda and Questa, trying to get at an average speed somewhere close to about 25 miles per hour on the corridor. In some areas more effectively than others, but we definitely did achieve this major speed reduction that we were looking for along Clark Avenue, which is the corridor immediately to the north of Cuesta Drive, which connects back to El Monte. We have fairly consistent speeds to what we saw pre-project to what we're seeing now in 2021. Perhaps just a slightly 1 mile per hour reduction along the corridor. Along Campbell, we're also seeing some lower speeds. That's probably in relation to the additional always stops that we provided on the corridor. And I'm gonna go from north to south along Paco, which is one of the alternative east-west connectors between Springer and El Monte, directly connection alternative to Questa. We're seeing still lower speeds than what we had in a pre-project condition. And along the rest of the corridors in between where you can meander your way, using a portion of Cuesta Drive and then kind of loop off to get to one of the other side streets, we're seeing a very slight increase or average, depending on how you look at it, along San Luis, where before we had 25-28, to now we're seeing about 27-26. So somewhere still on average of about a 26 mile per hour speed limit. And those were Benview used the same scenario. So just about, again, 1 mile per hour to kind of lower. So speed wise, we definitely achieved the reductions we were looking for on Questa and Arboleda, and we're not seeing a significant impact on any of the adjacent streets to the north or south of the project area. So that's the miles per hour or speed changes in the corridor. And I'm gonna spend a little bit of time here also covering what we call the average daily traffic, or the ADT 24-hour volumes for the corridor for both Arboleda and Questa. So on Questa, if we're kind of breaking that up kind of east and west sections, between Arboleda and Campbell, which again is kind of to the west, closer to downtown, in a pre-project condition, we had somewhere around a little over almost 9,000, over 9,000 vehicles per day. In the spring, that was down to about 4,000. Again, this was during the initial second lockdown. But in the fall, where things were slightly more open, we're seeing closer to about 5,000 vehicles per day. So a jump of about 1,000 vehicles compared to what we saw in the spring, but still almost a 50% reduction compared to where we were in the fall. So you're just looking at that data, it's very hard to say whether the speed tables themselves, were the reason for the vehicular reduction on the roadway. I think most of us would agree that's probably due to COVID, much less due to the fact that the tables are there. But that's just what our observation shows in the data. But from spring to fall, we do show the changes in traffic trends around the city. And although we've done a citywide traffic data collection and haven't finished an analysis of that, that's something that we're seeing more region-wide. So that's not something that's probably specific to just Cuesta Drive. On the opposite side of Questa, closer to the Mountain View side, again, pre-COVID, very similar to the other side. We're at about, a little over 9,000 vehicles per day. Again, about 4,000 vehicles in the spring. And now we're slightly over 5,000 vehicles, on the fall. So there's, a little bit of a lower number compared to the fall, but nothing that we would consider significant to show that traffic splitting off to other roadways near, say, Campbell or Clark. On Arboleda, pre-project, we were at about, I'm going to call that about 350 vehicles per day. Significant drop in the spring during that second lockdown. And we are seeing an increase along Arboleda from the fall compared to the spring. And I would say about average to where we were in a pre-project condition in 2019. So big jump from spring to fall, but very similar to where we were in a pre-project condition. That's on the portion of Arboleda, again, closest to downtown, looping back up to Cuesta Drive. On the other end, kind of closer to Springer, near Mountain View side of Arboleda, where we were at about, I'm going to average that out to say just about 500 or 550 vehicles in a pre-project condition, much less than 200 in the spring. And now we're seeing about 250 in the fall. And so a big increase from the fall, but those shifts don't represent the shift difference that we were seeing in the Questa portion, one street up to the north. In this next slide, I'm going to fly over this a little bit more quickly unless anybody has any questions. This is those rest of those streets that we showed you in the prior diagram. We broke down 2019 versus 2021 spring and fall data for all the other streets to the north and south of the Cuesta Arboleda area, but we're not seeing anywhere significant change in vehicle volumes on these roads that reflect a significant shift in traffic, moving traffic from Cuesta Drive up to a street to the north. So I can definitely come back to this if there are any questions, but I'm gonna kind of pass through this slide because that's really not the main element of today's presentation. So I'm gonna spend a little bit more time now just focusing in on Cuesta Drive because that's really the focus of our meeting tonight. There has been an increase in community input regarding concerns that the speed tables that were constructed on Cuesta Drive are higher than most motorists are used to when they travel all over speed tables in other parts of the Bay Area or even within the city of Los Altos. And so that's been an area of concern that we've been hearing from the community. So we went ahead and had a surveyor do a topographic survey of each of the speed tables on Cuesta Drive. And I'm gonna cover each one, going from east to west, east being the area west to east, the area being from west being closest to downtown Los Altos and the east being closer towards Mountain View. And so looking at the data, this is what we got from our surveyor. Our surveyor surveyed all different points of each speed table and provided us these details so that we could have them prepared from an independent third party. And the surveyor basically dropped their sticks, at different points along the survey to create these drawings. And what we're seeing is something that we discussed at our last update to you earlier this spring. The speed tables were built aiming for about a 4 1/4 inch height at the center of the table in relation to the roadway. And then we tried to keep those tables as relatively flat as possible during the construction. And part of the challenge with that is that Cuesta, the roadway, has a little bit of a steeper crown compared to most roadways because it doesn't have sidewalks, curbs, and gutters, and has been repaved several times over the years. And so when you have a roadway that has a higher crown with sides that kind of slope down at a higher angle, when you put a speed table on top of those and you try and kind of keep that flat, you end up with a lot more asphalt on the sides of the speed tables in relation to the center of the speed table. And that's what we're seeing in the survey data that was presented to us by the surveyor. So if we're just looking at the first speed table, again, this is the one closest to downtown. The southern edge, meaning the side that's closest to Arboleda, is roughly 9 inches high at the portion where the speed hump is at its highest point before it starts to slope down over 3 feet back to the portion of the roadway where bicycles and pedestrians position themselves on the shoulders of the street. And if you're looking at the table in the eastbound direction, that's again coming from downtown, heading out towards Mountain View. The center of the lanes, roughly about 4.2 inches. The center of the table where we were aiming for a 4.25 inch height is 3.6 inches. And then the center of the westbound lane, this would be where cars are kind of going back over the hump towards downtown, is roughly 3.6 inches. But the northern edge, closest to, say, Paco, is very similar to the southern edge where it's at 9.12 inches height. So that's the type of discrepancy that we're going to see consistently on all of the speed tables. A little bit lower on the east, well, actually, I should say the west side of the speed table closest to downtown, where we were taking all of our measurements. The contractor was trying to stay at or below 4¼ inches. But on the opposite side, the contractor ended up dropping more asphalt, not compacting as well. So we ended up with a higher speed table on the east side, closer to the Mountain View on each table. So that same table going the opposite direction from Mountain View to downtown, the eastbound lane is roughly 7½ inches high, 7.2 in the middle and 7.2 in the west lane. So fairly consistent, higher rise on the speed table going in the westbound direction at this specific table. I'm going to move on to the second table, and we have a very similar condition.
I mean, this is an important one. I want to understand the numbers here. So when the vehicle hits the speed bump, where are the tires hitting the speed bump? What numbers are impacting the tires of the vehicle?
It would be what we're referring to as the center lane, somewhere between the center lane and the edge here, because this point is the middle of the lane, but the vehicle is, if you call an average vehicle about let's say about 6 feet wide, then you're 3 feet over from that. So where we say 4.2, that's at this point here, but the vehicle tires are closer to here and closer to there. So a motorist is experiencing a larger shift in their balance position on the passenger side of the vehicle, because this is where they have the largest rise in relation to the roadway. But we didn't give you the numbers at the tire, we gave you the numbers at the center of the lane.
Okay, so what numbers do we as commissioners need to look at to understand that imbalance between the two sides of the vehicle? So one set of the tires versus the other set.
So I would say the numbers we need to look at are between here, the center of the lane, and the edge, because as an average, that's about, I'm going to call it an 8-inch average rise and drop that the motorist is experiencing in their vehicle.
I see.
Same thing here in the westbound direction. On the opposite side, going back towards downtown, call that an average 8-inch rise and drop on the driver's experience over the table on the passenger side of the vehicle.
I see. Okay, got it. Thank you.
Any other questions before I move on?
The chat function, please turn that off. Please don't. If you have any questions, you will have the chance to ask your questions later.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Okay, I'll move on to the next table. So we're going to have a very similar condition here. So in this specific case, and by the way, I think that I should mention that the speed tables where we've received the most concern from residents are the outer speed tables, the two closest to downtown and the one closest to Springer. And as we go through the data, you're going to see that's where we have the highest rises and drops in relation to the roadway. Before and after the speed table. So at the second table, again, this is the second, this is the table moving away from downtown towards Mountain View. We have an 8-inch height on the southern edge of the speed table. Again, this is the side closest to Arboleda. And then there's about a 7-inch drop and rise that the motorist experiences as they're traveling over the speed table on the passenger side of their vehicle. The west side of it is pretty consistent, where we were aiming for that 4¼ inch height and experience. That's what we're seeing here, like we saw at the prior table. But on the other side, we had a similar experience where there's just more asphalt on one side of the table versus the other. So that's just an inconsistency in the construction methodology that was used by the contractor. So if we're looking at the opposite side here, this would be, again, the side closest to Paco. We have, again, about an average of a 7-inch rise and drop on the passenger side of the vehicle. And so, again, not too different from what we saw, in the previous table from the standpoint of consistency, but this table would be considered 1 inch lower than the first table.
And what is the reference plane against which you're making the measurements?
Say that one more time.
So those numbers that we're looking at, that let's take the far left number, 8.28 inches.
this
That
one.
is that rise is in reference to what number? Is it in reference to the rest of the road? What is it measured against?
So that's measured against the north shoulder of the roadway. So where bicyclists are riding and biking, the table's dropping 8.2 inches at its northern point down over 3 feet to meet the bikes and peds.
I see.
And it's just the opposite on the south edge. That's the drop to the shoulder where vehicles are parked or where bikes and peds are walking. Okay. So on table 3, I'm going to spend a moment here because there was an error that we caught from the surveyor, but we didn't catch it until it was too late. Looks like the surveyor, when they were creating their details, they copied the eastbound direction and forgot to give us the points in the westbound direction. So we extrapolated some of the points that I'm going to show you in the survey here. But in the eastbound direction, again, I'm going to kind of look at the southern side closest to Arboleda. There's about a 6-inch drop, in the motorist experience on the passenger side of the vehicle as they're traveling over the speed table and dropping back down, on the opposite side of the table itself. And on the northern side, there's about almost a 7-inch drop that the motorist experiences in the westbound direction. So as you see here, this is the table where we haven't received hardly any concern that I can recall from residents, but it also has a much more gradual of an impact compared to the prior two. Still high, definitely almost 3 inches lower than the first table, but the middle table, definitely a much more comfortable experience if you're taking it at 15 miles per hour. And then again, we were aiming for a 4¼ inch maximum rise in height, for the motors. We did achieve that in the west side of each table, but just like the prior ones where they added more asphalt and just didn't compact as much, we ended up with a higher east side of the table, just like we did in the prior two. So moving on to the fourth, now we start to see a rise again. And so the fourth speed table has about just under an 8-inch rise and drop for the motorist traveling in the eastbound direction, and about a 7⅓ of an inch rise and drop in the westbound direction. The rise over the table would potentially feel less impactful to the motorist because at the center of the tables, in relation to the roadway, they aren't that high. They're only as much as 3 inches. But on the opposite side, you're seeing a consistent 6-inch drop. So this would be one of the other tables where we hadn't received too much concern until we get to the last table, which is closest to Springer. We have all of a sudden a 10-inch rise. And this is the table where it's kind of underneath a large tree canopy. So it has a little bit more shade. And it's one of the tables that motorists and other people complained that it was the most impactful to them. A little over a 10-inch rise, almost 10.5-inch rise going in the eastbound direction from downtown towards Mountain View. The last table you experienced leaving Los Altos. And if you're coming into Los Altos, you got almost a 7-inch rise and drop. And so that becomes the difference. So you see here where the rise on the motorist side in relation to the center of the roadway doesn't feel too bad, but it's that passenger side of the vehicle that's got the highest rise and highest drop as the motorist is traveling over the tables. So one of the things that we're seeing here is there's just a large inconsistency in the form of the speed tables. And this specific contractor, it was their first time building speed tables. And they did do a lot of, the first two tables they dropped were tables 1 and 2, and they had to come back and do correction to that, as well as speed table 5. So the 3 that have the highest rise and drop are also the 3 that had the most adjustment in the field, because we were originally aiming for about a 3.5-inch height, and we shifted that at a staff direction in the field to be no higher than 4¼ which we were always measuring from the west side the hump closest to downtown, and we were achieving that, but we just weren't getting it on the other side. And so that's the inconsistency that I think the community has been experiencing and expressing their concerns to all of us with this project. So with that, where we are at staff is that we are moving forward with a recommendation to remove all of the speed tables on Cuesta Drive. That is something that we need to do because we reached out to the Santa Clara County Fire Department, who does fire service for the city of Los Altos. And although they don't have a specific standard that's a standard for speed tables, the county does have a recommended speed hump detail that they say shouldn't be higher than 3 inches. And based off their input, they're suggesting to us that we use the same speed hump detail standard, for these speed tables, which would in this case mean a maximum of a 3-inch height. And so we just are really concerned that we're not going to be able to get that 3-inch height consistently given the different variations in the crown of Cuesta Drive. So what we're going to do is move forward with a recommendation to replace them with rubber speed tables. Now, I want to make sure everyone understands what this means. The removal process is going to be literally, we're going to grind down the speed tables about 1 inch below the adjacent heights of Cuesta Drive. Then we're going to come back right away and we're actually going to put a whole new 1-inch section of asphalt to cap that grinding that we did 1 inch below the roadway. And then we're going to put these rubber humps right on top, or these rubber speed tables right on top of that. These come pre-formed by the manufacturer with the maximum 3-inch height. And so we'll be sure to get the height that we're looking for. But I do want to point out that because we have such an inconsistent crown on the roadway, which we're going to try and fix when we're fixing the asphalt, we may have little gaps in the lips of the speed tables where they're meeting the roadway that you don't get with a asphalt speed hump, because we're putting asphalt and kind of sand and oil right next to where the humps start and tables start to rise and meet the asphalt. We can't do that with rubber humps. So there will be a slight lip at each of the speed humps in the different sections that are laid down to form the tables. And we may, as a result of that, hear a slight increase in noise for residents living adjacent to the speed tables, because that little gap between the rubber table and the roadway will exist that doesn't exist with the asphalt tables that we have today. And so the approach that we're recommending is to move forward with these tables by a company called Traffic Logics. They're the leading manufacturer of these rubber type products on the market today. And because we had a lot of concerns regarding visibility, we really want to make sure that that doesn't happen when we move forward with this replacement. So we're recommending that we use this concept that Traffic Logics has available, which includes a bunch of little yellow reflective kind of squares that are about, I think they're about 2 inches by 2 inches or 3 by 2 inches. And they're all over the speed table. So the speed table will really pop on the roadway. And then we're going to have a set of arrows kind of on the ingress side and another set of 2 arrows on the egress side of each table. And we're also going to frame back that kind of 12-inch border on each side, and the signs are already there. So the existing tables are roughly 22 feet wide by 21 feet long. The rubber hump form, the way that they're made by the manufacturer, will end up being 21 by 21. And 1 foot of that is going to encroach and transition into the space where vehicles park and bicycle and pedestrians walk on the roadway, versus the tables today drop and rise over 3 feet in that space where vehicles park on the shoulders and bicycles and pedestrians ride or walk. And so this is what our proposal is. We did look at an alternative during the this investigation, and Traffic Logics in other cities, when they build speed or humps, they build what are called speed lumps or speed cushions, where rather than have the table be continuous like we've done along Cuesta Drive, there's kind of slots that are open on each side that where the gap aligns roughly with the wheelbase of a fire truck. The only reason we didn't recommend this for Cuesta Drive is because in this image, it looks great on the bottom image, but Cuesta Drive isn't as wide as most neighborhood streets. It's not 40 feet wide. We literally have a 20-foot wide section of roadway. If we were to put in these kind of lumps or cushion types approach, we'd be pushing more of the rubber material into the bicycle and pedestrian space. And if people, we also were afraid this would encourage motorists to try and kind of cheat the table by moving one of their wheelbases into either the center slot or the shoulder slot, which would increase conflicts with bicycles and pedestrians. So just because Cuesta Drive is so narrow, 20 feet, from edge stripe to edge stripe for two 10-foot lanes, we were afraid that if we move forward with this speed lump or speed cushion approach, that we'd be pushing more vehicles into the shoulders for those people that are trying to cheat the speed tables. So what we're recommending again is to remove the remove the asphalt speed tables and replace them with rubber speed tables by Traffic Logics. And what we're looking for tonight is any public comment on that approach, as well as any input from the commission on additional modifications that really should be focused on bicycle and pedestrian safety, because we have to remove the speed tables. That's not a choice for the commission. We're going to remove them, but what we put back, maybe the amount of speed tables, or if there are other adjustments, those things we're open to hearing discussions on, as well as any further accommodations to improve bicycle pedestrian safety. So that's the end of my presentation. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Okay. If you're a member of the public, you're gonna have to wait until your turn. Please turn off your camera too. For the commission, any questions to the city staff? Commissioner MBR, go ahead, please.
A few questions. Where is this type of speed table already deployed or installed that we could do a site visit? That's question one. I also have a question about the maintenance of a rubberized surface. How easy is it to repair, modify this type of installation? I see things in Mountain View that are installed and pretty swiftly destroyed. I'm concerned about if these are context appropriate. Is the design and visual appearance consistent with the neighborhood feel? And then finally, is the surface textured or smooth? How slick are they? That's the bulk of my questions. Thank you.
Sure, and if I miss any of your questions, please just ask again. So going from the latter first, they are textured. So all of the speed tables themselves have a non-slip grip on them, and those little, what I'm gonna call 3-inch by 2-inch kind of yellow squares also have a reflective material on them, and they have caps that fill any holes where the material is anchored into the ground, so that if people are just walking, and anybody say in high heels wouldn't have an issue with walking over the tables themselves. Not that that would happen in the roadway in this specific case, but there's no holes anywhere in the speed tables as well. So they're non-slip. And regarding local installations here in the Bay Area, we did ask the manufacturer. The installations that we've all seen as staff happen mostly in the county of San Mateo, city of San Mateo specifically. And then the manufacturer referenced a lot of projects going in within the city and county of San Francisco. And we've seen also a lot of other installations that's of smaller, low profile installations, but those are more in parking lots and not really specific to this location. So immediately within Los Altos, we don't have any comparable installations that we can just point other people to. And we did ask about Map View, and the manufacturer was not aware of any immediate installations in either Palo Alto or Mount View either. Did I miss any of your questions?
So when a vehicle is moving over the speed table, does that also produce noise level, like a zipper, like as it's going over, or is it smooth like roadway?
No, there'll be texture. They're not going to be smooth.
Okay, so
that is
additional
something
noise
that is different compared to
so
this.
not only
asphalt.
as the car approaches and enters the speed table, but as they progress across it and down and over, that will all be a noise event,
That's correct.
correct? So we have a big potential here as traffic volumes increase for this to be a very noisy corridor. Correct?
So these will likely generate more noise as motorists initially start to rise over them. That's going to be as a result of there being a gap where the table
Right.
meets the roadway. And then again, like you mentioned, because there's texture, there'll be noise continuously over the table as well.
Final question I'll pass to my fellow. Would you consider this design to be novel or experimental, or is this a proven design?
So the tables themselves are proven. They're sold all over the country. They're sold all over the world. I think the reason why is because a lot of communities have experienced the exact same thing that we're experiencing in Los Altos right now, where there's been inconsistency in construction methodology. And so this rubber material eliminates the inconsistency of standard asphalt tables, but as a sacrifice, we would end up with potentially more noise on the roadway. That is less of an issue when a full street is completely repaved. And when we go back and grind and repave the roadway, we're going to try and address that as well. But you know, I do anticipate that there will be an increase in noise here, just because right at the lip, there's a seam that doesn't exist today with the asphalt speed tables.
Okay, who wants to go next? Steve.
I'll defer to Cindy and go after her.
Okay, Cindy, go ahead.
Thank you. Couple of questions on for the current speed tables. Thank you, by the way, for I know you've gone out there and collected data multiple times now. Was there any like specific feedback or comments on the bicycle or pedestrian experience with the current speed tables?
You know, I'll let Marisa follow up after me. I haven't heard any specific concerns from anyone in the community regarding bicycle or pedestrian accessibility over the existing asphalt speed tables. I'm not aware of any concerns in that focus. Marisa, are you aware of any?
I think I received 1 or 2 emails from residents saying that the speed tables were fine to bike over and that the traffic was in fact slower. And I think the response from those couple of residents was positive from a biking perspective.
Yeah, so that's consistent with what I've seen. And no concerns for sure, but we have received feedback that the residents that are walking or biking do feel safer.
Yeah.
As a cyclist, I disagree.
So,
I ride this twice a day.
so yeah, just if you don't mind.
Yeah, I'm sorry. If you're a member of the public, you may not speak right now, please. Cindy, your questions.
Yeah, sorry. There's going to be public comment right after we're done asking our questions. But the second question is there, and it's good to know that we haven't caused problems for any of the cyclists and pedestrians right now, but that's tied to my second question around, is there any safety impact for cyclists that these rubber speed tables would cause with that gap? And how far will those speed tables extend? Like, do they have, I'm assuming they don't have as gradual of a taper as they meet the curb? What kind of experience should we expect?
So the rise, the maximum rise of these speed tables is 3 inches. So from the standpoint of rideability, if you're driving or riding, you're not going to have as significant of a rise with the rubber tables because they're consistent. Again, if we're just looking at the data that we just discussed, there was as much as a 10-inch rise and drop depending on what side of the speed table and where a bicyclist was positioned in themselves. The existing asphalt speed tables do have a 3-foot drop from the flat part of the table back out to the shoulder, the rubber tables do not have as gradual of a drop. If you want to consider 3 feet gradual over the max height, these tables will drop the 3 inches back to the shoulders over just over a foot. And so it will be more, if you're a bicyclist, you're riding closest to the edge line, you know, but in the shoulder, and you're positioning yourself in relation to the speed table, you will have a more abrupt rise and drop compared to what you experience today with the asphalt tables.
I think for the members of the public, you will have your chance to speak once the commission is finished with its questioning. So please be patient. Cindy, go ahead, please finish.
Yeah, just one more add on to that. So there shouldn't, are you saying we shouldn't expect any impact from, you said like, because of our pavements not completely smooth, there's sometimes a gap between the hump and the road?
It's not that the roadway isn't smooth. We're gonna grind down and repave the roadway. It's just that the roadway has a steep angle itself. And so when the rubber, which is hard, may not bend as easily to meet the roadway as it would if the roadway was flat. So the little gaps that we may experience, and we won't know until we put them down how significant that gap is going to be. But I would imagine we're going to see at least about an eighth of an inch to, hopefully that's it. But at worst case scenario, depending on the lip, I would say we should anticipate somewhere, you know, up to, you know, a quarter of an inch. But hopefully that doesn't happen by us grinding and repaving the roadway where the rubber tables would be meeting the roadway.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Steve?
Yeah, I have a couple of questions. I guess the first question has to do with the project that we did in 2020 to install the original speed bumps. Is there a process where we actually inspect the speed bumps after they're installed? And if there is, why didn't we know that they were 7 to 10 inches high at the north and south edges?
Yeah, so there was definitely a staff person there during all stages of the construction. I was there at parts of the construction, but not the entire process of the construction. And part of the reason why we made adjustments in the field in the first 3 tables, which those first 3 were the 2 closest to downtown and the 1 closest to Mountain View near Springer, where we made the most adjustments during the construction. We were measuring all of the heights from the center of the table at the center of the roadway to the roadway on the west side, the downtown side of each table. And so as the asphalt was being dropped and was being compacted, we knew we were going to have a higher rise on the sides because the roadway crown, again, was steeper and we were trying to keep the tables semi-flat. So we saw the visual drop or the increase in asphalt on the sides, but we focused on the center of the roadway in relation to the driving motorist's experience of the table. But what we ended up with was a significant increase in drop on the passenger side of the vehicle as a result of that. And so we may have had a different experience if we didn't try and keep the tables flat and let them conform more to the shape of the roadway, but that's just not what we did during the construction process.
So when you looked at the alternatives in terms of remedying the problem, was an alternative considered where the speed tables would actually be asphalt but modified to conform with the crown of the road so that they'd be 3 or 3.5 inches as they are on Almond Avenue all across the road to eliminate the problem without having to go to rubber speed tables?
So the city of Los Altos has experimented with, I shouldn't say experimented, they've built different types of speed tables over the years. Some of the speed tables actually are flush with the sidewalks on each side of the street. So they actually have as high of a 6-inch rise and drop themselves because they don't drop on the sides. And as a result of that, there's no, from the standpoint of as an experience of a pedestrian, they step off of a sidewalk into the table and they're flush grade all the way across their walking experience. So that's one approach that the city has built. Another has been, well, we built them the same way that we did here, but those other contractors just did a better job in the construction of those tables. We did look at or have internal discussions about if we grind them off, should we put new asphalt speed tables in? We were just so concerned that we were afraid that we wouldn't reach that consistent 3H height, which has caused so much community concern, so much community backlash. You know, I didn't want to have a discussion here again in a year. It says this table's 3.1 inches high, you have to grind it, remove it all over again. And so we said, hey, let's just avoid that issue of the height altogether. Let's make sure we stick and comply with the county fire department's request to be no more than 3 inches. In order to do that, we felt the rubber would be the best way to go.
Okay, okay. Now I have two questions about the rubber ones. One is that, well, I'll ask both questions together. One is, how often does a rubber table, given the traffic that we have on Questa, have to be replaced for deterioration reasons? And the second one is that when they are exposed to all different kinds of traffic, including construction traffic, of which we have a lot in Los Altos, you know, cement trucks and stuff like that, will they hold up to that?
Yeah, so we've actually asked those questions to the manufacturer, and they haven't experienced any failures in the rubber in relation to, say, a concrete truck or heavy traffic from buses. I think where the vendor has recognized, and we also would just expect there to be impacts, is you're probably going to see impacts from other asphalt construction trucks that are carrying asphalt or slurry seal material that will typically track black oil onto the roadway. That in this case would significantly impact the yellow checker boxes in the speed table that we were recommending. That would be the largest impact. The manufacturer has not seen any failure in chunks of the asphalt breaking off of the tables themselves, and we aren't expecting that either. Does that answer your question, Steve?
It does.
Okay.
Okay, Stacy, you're the last one
Okay,
for me.
thanks. And I have 4 things to ask about. The first one is what you're proposing, Jaime. What is the anticipated impact on the speed on Questa? I know your proposal also plans to go back and measure it, you know, once, you know, if this is installed. But I think when you installed these bumps, you gave us what you anticipated and you relatively hit that mark. So what is your anticipated speed?
So, you know, I'm going to talk from personal experience, having driven over these types of speed tables, you know, the communities, most of them, that experience happening within the San Mateo County area. I am expecting to see a increase in vehicle speeds on Cuesta Drive as a result of these rubber tables replacing the asphalt tables. That's just because they're a much lower height. And then 2, that height is going to be consistent on the roadway versus today we have a taper on the asphalt where they're kind of less high in the middle and much higher on the passenger sides of the vehicle and near the shoulders of each side of the roadway. So if I had to guess where S2 before, and I'm going to pull up my presentation one more time just to kind of make sure people are following along with me. So as to where before along, can you see my screen, by the way? I can make it larger if I need to, but
I can
I thought I
see.
just run it from here. So as to where in a pre-project condition, and I'm looking at the western side of Questa, closer to downtown, in a pre-project condition where we were at about a 35 and 34 mile per hour east-west speed. And today we're seeing speeds closer to 20, and we were aiming for about 25 maximum height, which we did hit. I would expect to see vehicle speeds closer to about 30 on Cuesta Drive with the rubber humps. That's if we only replaced the 5 asphalt speed tables with 5 new rubber tables in the same location as the existing. If we only did that, and that's what we're proposing to you today, then I would expect to see vehicle speeds closer to about 30 to 32 miles per hour.
Okay. My next set of question is about these rubberized ones that you are proposing. What, and there's a series of things in here, and it's, some of it is around the same maintenance question that Suzanne and Steve were asking. But what is, first of all, the cost to implement these? What anticipated issues that you haven't already said that we expect to have with these? And what is the maintenance frequency and the maintenance cost?
Thank you, Stacy. So I'm going to ask Gaku, if Gaku's here, to double check my numbers for me after I say them. But we have collected bids. We're looking at a potential change order to the contractor that's currently working on the city's annual street resurfacing program, the active construction that's going around town today to resurface and microsurface roadways. We did already reach out to them to get a bid to grind down the 5 existing speed tables, again, an inch below the roadway, and then put a new layer of 1-inch asphalt to kind of clean up the roadway, install city furnished speed tables, and then also do any cleanup striping. And if I remember correctly, that bid is roughly around $60,000 for the 5 tables. That's city furnished material. The material cost itself is roughly going to be somewhere about just under $30,000. Gaku, if you're there, can you confirm those numbers for me? Or Maurice, if you remember, that would be great.
Hey, I mean, I can try to pull it up, but that was the ballpark, if I remember correctly.
A ballpark is fine. And then what about the frequency of maintenance and the cost of maintenance? Or maybe the cost of maintenance is embedded in what we heard about the material price, but.
No, so from the standpoint of maintenance, meaning any additional increase in city staff costs to go out there and continually clean or repair the tables, we don't have a number for that, but based off the input we received from the vendor, we're not expecting any ongoing maintenance following the installation, because these things are pretty secured down to the ground. We're going to do this installation as if it was a permanent installation. And so if for whatever reason we don't like these, we would hit another $60,000 experience later to remove them and repair the roadway again. But in this case, we're going to basically epoxy or glue down the rubber tables in place on the roadway, as well as anchor them into the roadway. So that way they're going to be pretty secure. These things will not pop off or break off after installation. And beyond the yellow material potentially getting dirty or getting oil from a construction truck, there really is no need for maintenance after they're installed.
Okay, so to net it down, you think that our city staff maintenance team can maintain these because you don't think there's that much maintenance? Is that?
That's correct. The worst I would expect to see is if there was oil, maybe we have to pressure wash them. That'd be about the worst.
My third question, so are there any other options besides these rubberized tables? I know when we did the Almond Avenue near San Antonio, we sort of asked for all the options to come to the commission. Are there any other options for us besides this one rubberized table option?
Well, so let me just try and be context sensitive here. The process that we went through with the residents that are living on and along Questa Drive, that process took a year, and it took us a lot of effort to agree on locations of the speed tables that are installed. We went through a voting process to get input from the community. We're trying to respect that process. So that's one of the reasons why you have the recommendation that you have here today. And that's to remove the asphalt tables that are there and put back rubbers in the exact same location, because that meets the spirit of that prior planning effort, with the exception of, we cannot commit or say that we're going to hit that 25-mile-an-hour speed threshold, because we know we're not going to do that with the rubber tables. We are, and the community should expect a slight increase in vehicle speeds by the change of this material from the asphalt to the rubber, because they're going to be lower. As much as there has been concern, the existing height of the speed tables has also led to the significant drop in vehicle speeds and consistent lower vehicle speeds on the roadway. But we are in a position within the city that we just can't leave them in at the height that they are, now that we've received the input from our public safety partners at the County of Santa Clara Fire Department, asking us to put in a table that is no higher than 3 inches.
Jaime, in the spirit of the work that was done with the community and the residents right there, I know we've sent notifications out to, the whole radius of the neighborhood, but have you directly, or has anyone from city staff directly reached to the most impacted residents, those who live right by these speed tables, and told them that we're proposing to change them, and the ones that we would propose to change them to will be making more noise? And how do they?
I personally have only had one conversation with one resident that reached out to me, and I called them back. I don't know if Marisa has. I know there's been other residents have reached out to our executive team at the city of Los Altos, but I'm not sure where those discussions went. So again, I've only spoken to one resident. To my knowledge, we have not done any in-person kind of outreach or door-to-door to the people that live in front of the existing speed tables. We've been wanting to have kind of a larger open kind of discussion with the community, and that's why we're here tonight.
Okay, and a final, just really quick question. What is the process after tonight? I know last time when we looked at Questa, we had several meetings on Questa, and we had very, very large groups of people from the neighborhood come out, and we were very careful in incorporating input. Will you expect this to come back to the commission? Does it go to city council? Are you going to have another meeting with residents? What is sort of the process to make sure we have all the resident input we need to move forward?
So I'm going to try and answer that question. I'll let Marisa chime in if I say anything that's not consistent with the direction we received from our executive team. As of right now, our direction has been, we need to remove the existing speed tables because they're conflicting with our public safety partners at the county, at the fire department. So we have to remove them, and we're recommending and we're planning to move forward with replacing them with the rubber tables, at least in the 5 locations that we have today. That's where we are. But we want to hear the input tonight. Maybe we're going to hear ideas from yourselves at the commission or from the community that we really haven't thought of. Or is there an interest to add more speed tables as a result of having them be lower? Sure, that's an option. But if we did that, it would likely mean that we have to have a larger planning discussion like we did 2 years ago, where we talk to new neighbors and say, hey, you don't have a speed table in front of your home today, but under this new concept, there's a recommendation to put one in now. And so that process of working with residents to make sure that the people that would be impacted by getting a new speed table that doesn't exist today, they have a chance to voice a concern or an opinion on that. And if there are different traffic control devices in addition to speed tables that we're not recommending, or there's an interest for those things by the community, we want to hear those discussions. And then we would go back with your input to see, does it make sense for us to move forward with removing the 5 right away? And if we need to have a larger planning process to do something different, we need to remove the 5 right away. And so if we are okay with removing them and waiting another year, up to a year, if that's what it took to have a new planning focused discussion, that's something that we can entertain at staff level. But as of right now, we just need to remove the 5, and our plan was to put the 5 back right away. But if there's a request for more in different positions, we need to hear that tonight.
I'll jump in there too and just mention that the direction that we've received from the city manager so far is that the location and the number of the speed tables or bumps is not up for discussion at this point in time, but that the material of the speed tables is kind of what we're discussing, and the impacts on bikes and pedestrians.
Okay. So what is it that you want from the commission tonight? Sounds like it's been pre-decided. What do you want from the commission?
Direction from a bike and ped perspective and comments.
How does that fit? I mean, help me understand, what does it really mean from the bike and pedestrian perspective when the decision has been made already with where to put the material and the position?
Yes, so sorry, I think what I said was, or what I was trying to say was, the location and the quantity of the speed bumps is already, or at least at this point, not open for discussion. That's kind of set. And so what we're talking about is the option of this rubberized speed table, what kind of impacts that might have on bikes and pedestrians, and if that's something that we support. If it's not something that we support, then I think that's when we would kind of go back to the drawing board.
So if I could try and chime in, so if the focus is, if there's concerns around the bicycle and pedestrian accessibility moving over or around the tables, we want to hear that to figure out, as part of replacing them, do we need to look at additional striping or signage type improvements, to make sure that it is that we're responding to your or the community's concerns around those issues. So there's opportunities to correct or make more changes to the striping, but the locations of the tables today, it sounds like we're limited to the 5 in the current location.
I'm sorry, that's a bogus question. I don't agree with it. Anyway, let me ask my questions if you're done, Stacy. Help me understand. I don't think I've heard anything about the angle. I've heard about the height, but I haven't heard anything about the angle. If I take 10 inches, and which is, by the way, a lot, I'm not defending it, and then stretch that over 3 feet, that's a very different approach than do it over 6 inches. How is that taken into account in those numbers?
So we didn't give you the stroke, but if you basically, divide that, that's, the way the tables were designed when they were designed by the design consultant, they recommended the drop on the sides over 3 feet. And so when you have the drop at a height of, say, 9 inches, and you're dropping it down 3 feet, it ends up being a much higher slope. But these tables are not considered crosswalks, so there's no specific, say, ADA concern because they're not recommended crosswalk locations.
So why is it the 3 feet of sloping? Why not extend that to, say, 5 feet? So the 10 inches, now you're climbing that over double the distance instead of 3 inches, and so it looks at a much lower angle. Why is that not an option?
So the only reason we didn't look at that as an option was because if you just, whether it's the side on the shoulders or the side of the table that the motorists are driving over, that height of the road, of the delta between the top of the table to the existing roadway is still over 3 inches, which is the County of Santa Clara Fire Department request and direction to us to keep the tables at no more than 3 inches in height. And we can't do that by just making the wings on the sides, the long side or the short side of the tables, longer. You still have the same rise.
Okay. All right. Let's get to those suggested rubber tables. So help me understand that noise consideration. How much noise rise are we expecting to get?
Well, so you're going to get a louder noise from just the initial immediate transition off the roadway onto the rubber hump, because again, with the asphalt tables, there's no lip. The tables were built so that the rise where it meets the roadway, they're flush, and there's oil and sand that was put in as part of the construction where it's a seamless, there's no lip whether you're riding or driving over it. With the rubber tables, we're going to have a lip. And so that lip will vary depending on the crown of the roadway and the ability of the rubber to kind of shape and meet that. But we know it's not going to be consistent. And so there'll be that rise, there'll be that louder thunk as you initially kind of enter the table as a motorist. And then as you're traveling over the table and you're hitting the little grooves, going blacktail, you're going to get that, I didn't make the sound as good as Suzanne did, but you're going to have that pattern of texture that you have to drive over.
So if you're now a resident next to the speed bump, what should you expect to hear as an increase? Is that going to become a mild inconvenience, or is it going to be really a source of frustration?
I think it's going to be more of a mild inconvenience. This is not going to be so loud. Like, I'll try and give you an example that most people can try and reference to. If you're driving on the freeway today or driving on any kind of rural roadway, most roads that are like that have like a grind into the roadway, so that if you fall asleep and you start to drive over that grind, your car vibrates, makes noise, and provides texture. It's supposed to wake you up. This will be nothing like that. It'll be an increase from the experience of driving over, but we're not expecting to see a 25 to 30% increase in noise. I would expect something maybe less than 10% of what they hear today. So that's the best gauge I can give you without having audio to show you.
Okay, so let's get to the speed. I think somebody posed that question, and you said that you expect the speed to be 30 to 32 miles an hour, which is essentially a rounding figure error versus the current speed before the bumps were placed. That begs the question, why are we doing it?
I apologize. Yeah, so again, before, if we were at about 35 miles per hour and we were pretty consistent in getting people down, what I'm going to call around 25, we're going to end up in the middle with the rubber tables. That's still a 5+ mile per hour drop compared to the pre-COVID project.
Wait, so I think I heard you say you expect the speed to be between 30 and 32 miles an hour. Is that not a different number that I'm hearing now?
No, so I'm using 30 as the example. Yeah, I'm expecting between 30 and 32. And so that's still going to be as high as a 5 mile per hour drop.
How is that? Let's look at the numbers here. I mean, I'm seeing 35 to 34 on the left side and 36 to 35 on the right side. And so that's going to go 30 to 32. So that's 2 to 3 miles off. That's within the noise, I would say. I don't think that your numbers are that accurate.
I'm sorry, Nadeem. I'm not trying to be inconsistent here. So I'm using, if there was an average 35 or consistent 35 mile an hour speed, in the pre-project condition, which is, I think, looking at the numbers, we can call it average 35 miles per hour. If we're going to end up, and right now we're seeing, I would say as an average 25, just to use round numbers that are pretty consistent with the numbers that are on the screen. If the middle number is going to be 30, it could be as high as 32, but if we're using the middle number, we're still going to see a 5 mile per hour drop compared to the pre-project condition. When you're driving, there's still going to be a noticeable change in the bicycle and pedestrian experience with the rubber humps at the higher speed than what people are experiencing today. It's a much less stressful walking or biking experience. It won't be what it was in 2019 at an average 35 speed, but if we're calling it an average 30, it's going to be somewhere in the middle. And that's just what it is from moving to this change of the asphalt to the rubber tables. Why do it? I don't know if I would agree with that comment, Nadeem, because up to a 5 mile per hour decrease is still a fairly significant decrease in vehicle speeds of the roadway. Is it as good as what we have today? Definitely not. But it is still a significant drop.
So why weren't these traffic logics bumps suggested along with the options of putting asphalt a year ago?
We did have those discussions, Nadeem, during all of the community meetings.
We did?
And at the time, the suggestion, and I'll be honest, I made this suggestion. My suggestion was, hey, we're going to get less noise if we move towards the standard asphalt construction, which is consistent with everything we've had around town, because we knew with the rubber tables that we were going to be capped at that 3-inch height, which is what the manufacturer makes them at. And so knowing that we were trying to get a 15 mile per hour speed over the tables, the rubber wasn't going to work for that. Now we're in a position where the tables we have will not work and we can't leave them in place because of the public safety input. And so if we have to comply with the public safety's direction of having a max 3-inch table, the rubber tables are our best option because we can guarantee we're going to have that consistent 3-inch height.
So what if we put these things and come back, we make the measurements, make a survey a year from now, and we make a measurement of 33 miles an hour instead of 30 or 39 or 32? What do we do?
You know, I think we need to respect the public input process. If we're seeing 33, 35 mile per hour speeds, meaning no change from 2019, and we're just, as a result of the rubber tables, only seeing an increase in noise, and that's the input that we're hearing, in a year, the discussion could be just remove them altogether. I hope we don't get there, but you know, anything would be an option, and we need to respect the public input process. And the residents really drove the discussion in the past process, and they're doing so today.
So why is it that the number and position of these bumps are not up to discussion?
You know, my understanding from Marisa just now is that that's the direction we've received from our executive staff, is that to not change the number of the speed tables. My recommendation is to not limit that discussion tonight. If you as a commission and anyone in the public has a different position, I don't mean to go against the executive team's direction, but this is a public process, right? Anybody that has suggestions, I think the city is going to be open to them. So if you have an alternative recommendation, I think we want to hear it, and then we'll meet internally with the executive team to figure out what makes sense after tonight's meeting. But as of right now, our direction has been to remove the tables and put back the same number of tables in rubber form in the same location.
Okay, thank you. So let me turn it over now to listen to the members of the public. I see.
Hey, Chair?
Yes.
I had some questions too.
Oh, Tom, did I skip you? I apologize. I thought you did speak. My apologies. Please go ahead.
Hey, give me 1 second. I should open my door. I'll get some air. Hold on. I don't want to miss your question, Tom.
I also have some questions. Can you hear me?
If you're a member of the public, you're going to have to wait until your turn comes.
Go ahead, Tom. I apologize.
So, is there a lifetime or how long these tables are supposed to last? In other words, are they set to last 10 years and we have to replace them after that, or 20 years or 50 years?
So we asked the manufacturer, and they haven't had to replace any due to failure. If I had to give it a life, I'd probably say 15 years. 10 to 15 years.
What's your warranty say?
Oh, I'll research that during the public comment. I'll get back to you, Tom.
Okay. I was curious, some of these things, because we were asking about how they would, hold up, with heavy trucks, and said they wouldn't. But, everything's going to deteriorate. And so just curious as to, how long we think we would have to replace them. And if that cost would be, budgeted for after like 15 years or 20 years. Just something to think about there. And you talked about the seam where they're put down is kind of a gap, I guess. Does that get larger over time?
It shouldn't, because originally when we were talking about these speed table replacements internally at the city, originally we had a thought of, hey, let's just bolt them down, but not epoxy them down, so that if we do need to replace them, we don't have to repair the whole roadway. And I think after our internal discussions, we said, hey, you know what? If we have to remove them, even if it means we have to repave the sections of roadway again where the tables were, we'd rather give the rubber tables their best opportunity to perform their best by doing a full manufacturer's installation. So one of the things that I've seen in other cities that have put these in is that the seam gets larger in areas between the bolts. And the reason why is because the tables or the humps that I've seen were not epoxied down. So the epoxy also helps make sure that lip doesn't rise in between bolt down sections. And so that I think that was a good direction from our city engineer, Jim, say, hey, you know what, let's just epoxy them and bolt them down so we don't have any issues with them, in a year or two in a shorter time frame.
Okay. So you said that there's no examples of these in Mountain View or Palo Alto, but they are in San Mateo?
San Mateo, and the largest amount of installations is happening in San Francisco.
So do you have exact street examples if we wanted to go look at these or drive over them to see get an idea?
Yeah, we can get some suggestions, and then if the community is interested, we have a Questa Drive page. We'll put those suggested locations on the project website.
Yeah, just so, you know, we can go over and look at them ourselves too and see what, you know, we think of them. Or even, you know, if they're not just up the north of Peninsula, but if they're in like San Jose or somewhere else too. And so when we do this, you said 5 on Questa. How long does it take, or I should say, how long would we shut down that road for? Would it be down traffic stop for a day or a week?
Gaku, feel free to chime in for maybe here, but what I would expect to happen is we probably have a couple of days shutdowns for the grinding and asphalt installation. So we would want the contractor to have trucks with hot asphalt mix ready so that when they grind, they can drop fresh asphalt at the same time. So I would expect a minimum of 2 days to 4 days for the removal and the repaving of the roadway where the existing speed tables are. And then I would expect another 2 days, of shutdowns where when we're doing the installation of the new table. So a total of maybe 5 days.
Would there be a wait period in between to let that asphalt settle? Or
we don't need to let the asphalt settle because they're going to compact down the asphalt when they put it in. We also are waiting for a more firm estimate on delivery time from the vendor, and I think that's going to be the biggest delta. So we're not going to remove the tables tomorrow. I just want to make sure the community understands that. But sometime in the next probably 4 to 6 weeks, we would move forward with the removal.
So would you remove them?
Installation.
Would you remove them and then wait till you get these tables so there might not be anything there for like 2 weeks or a month?
That's not what we're trying to do today. I think what we're trying to do is we remove them, and then in the same week we're trying to put the new ones in. But that's going to depend on the delivery schedule from the manufacturer.
Okay, so we don't know if it would be installed next month or next year.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
All right, sorry, Tom.
No problem.
Okay, now let's go to the participants. If you would like to speak on this item, this is your chance. And the best thing is for you to just press on the blue hand on the right-hand side so I can see you requested to speak. I'm going to start with Jill Woodford.
Blue hand? Where's the blue hand?
On the bottom, and please mute your microphone. It'll be on the bottom right-hand side.
I don't see a blue hand.
Jill, you're next. You got 3 minutes. Go ahead, please.
Hi. Thank you all for your time and thoughtful consideration on this project over the past several years. I support making the streets accessible to all, but I am concerned that city staff are saying there are no impacts to the adjacent streets. We've lived on Benvenue for almost 20 years, and this project has impacted our street. My comments are as follows. Please add no through traffic signs to the adjacent streets and notify the map apps. Institute some consistency in data collection. Data collected in the spring was during spring break, and it is not valid data. Place the collection strips in the same location every time. This is not happening. The most recent data collection device was too close to the stop sign at South Clark on Benvenue. Cars were still accelerating and slowing. Place them closer to midway between Clark and El Monte. Please add tall orange lane divider cones at the white line at the edge of the street so cars cannot swerve into the area used by bikes and pedestrians to avoid the bumps. Questa has seen a 40 or 50% reduction in volume and significant reduction in speed. So why are the adjacent streets not seeing a similar impact from COVID shutdown? COVID hasn't even opened up yet. Google, Apple, Facebook, HB, and most other major companies are still working from home. The situation on our streets will only get worse when everyone goes back to work. Please include monitoring and mitigation impacts to the adjacent streets for the next few years. Concern about safety for kids going to school on Campbell, Questa, and South Clark. The cars are still not stopping at the stop signs and still not yielding to pedestrians in the crosswalk. A child was recently hit in the crosswalk at Campbell on Questa on the way to school. Children are still crossing Questa Arboleda without a stop or crosswalk. My question is, has this project made getting to school safer for kids? Thank you.
Thank you, Jill. Chris, you're next. 3 minutes.
Thank you very much. You've already addressed in the conversation the fact for the county and fire engines and such. I would strongly like you to consider that the fact that in Europe, they've developed speed bumps that actually sense the vehicle speed, and it's very flat if the vehicle is under the speed limit. If not, it raises to cause a speed bump. This kind of implementation keeps you from speeding because, to be quite honest, speed bumps really don't keep people from speeding. It just keeps people in lower quality vehicles from speeding. You get anyone in a nice new SUV, the speed bump is nothing to it. It's an off-road vehicle, and that's a large percentage. You also take the people that have sports cars. A speed bump means nothing to that unless you've made it too high in their front contacts when they meet the speed bump. So we need to look at our goals of what we're trying to do. And if we're trying to slow people down, we should spend money on technology with signs that say speed bump will be up when you're going over 25, or we can even pick 20, right? But we should react to the vehicle and not rely on pavement that's 100 years old. And I believe there's several companies that produce these things. They use air to add 3 inches to 4 inches of lift to a speed bump when you come up to it. And unfortunately, maybe we might have to put more in than the current 5, which you guys don't want to discuss. Thank you for taking the time.
Thank you, Chris. Okay, next is a number. You're gonna have to announce your name, please. 753-150-2130. If that's you, unmute and announce your name, and you have 3 minutes.
Is that me?
If that's your number, that's you.
Yep. Hi, I'll be quick. I agree with Jill.
Your name, please. Your name.
Hi, Travis Grayhack from San Luis Avenue. Thanks.
Okay,
I
go ahead.
agree with the addition of no through traffic signs to prevent map apps from routing traffic onto the side streets. I agree that adding artificial restrictions to a main thoroughfare and not expecting there to be overflow on side streets is probably a little misguided. And I think that the speed bumps should either be removed or considerable restrictions imposed on the side streets to accommodate for it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Tom Shu.
Hi, thank you. I have a couple of comments and a couple of questions. While I think it's good that the county has a spec for a speed hump, I would point out that the speed humps on Almond Avenue, the one at Gordon at the high school, and the one on down near Clark at the grade school, are well over 3 inches. In fact, they are raised crosswalks. And so given the fire station on Almond, there's a lot of fire trucks that are going over those things, and they're well out of spec for what the county would desire. So I wouldn't use the county's request as the be-all end-all decision maker on this. Second comment is the Federal Highway Administration has specifications for what speed humps and speed tables should look like, as well as their predictions on the speeds that'll be achieved. And for speed tables, they say that the speed should come into the 25 to 35 mile an hour range. And that's for something that's built to the spec of a speed table. So 20 feet wide with a 10-foot flat top and so on. And the existing speed humps or tables aren't quite that big. So I think everybody's concerned about the speeds going back up based on the Federal Highway Administration data is accurate. It sounds like the city accepted these asphalt speed humps even though they didn't conform to what the city asked for. And so I'm curious if the asphalt contractor is still on the hook to actually fix these and bring them into conformance with the Federal Highway Administration or the Institute of Transportation Engineers specs, which I assume were in the contracts. And then my final question is, why not grind a couple of the existing asphalt speed humps so that they do conform with the Federal Highway or the ITE specs, and see what happens? That doesn't sound too hard and would be a whole lot less than these plastic things. Thank you.
Thank you, Tom. VG, you're next.
Hi, thank you for giving me the opportunity. I live on San Luis, and I agree with everything that Jill and Chris mentioned. I think what has happened here as a sort of like an unanticipated effect is there was a squeeze put on this very large balloon, and the bumps just ended up on the side streets. And so we living on the other side of Questa are kind of, facing the consequences of traffic going up, just the sheer volume and the speed, just as the point was made earlier by another speaker. We are not seeing as significant a lowering of average speed or traffic as Questa has. So essentially what has happened is the squeeze has been put on that section and everyone else is just kind of bloating off on this section. And yes, there have been stop signs added, but as a pedestrian and as a driver who follows the speed limit in my neighborhood, I have definitely noticed people getting around these speed bumps. Like in fact today, as if to make me tell the story, this guy just came up Questa towards Mountain View, and I was going down from South Clark and I was going to turn left on Questa. He skirted right by the stop sign, didn't stop. And then at the same speed, about 40 miles per hour, he went on the side of the speed bump, basically on the shoulder at that entire speed, did not slow down. And it was, the timing was fortunate. It was not, school time or anything like that. So rather than just having all these mechanical, barriers, we actually should have enforcement. Yes, we have all these speed bumps and the stop signs, but people are just being scofflaws. It just happens. So, and we also have the unintended consequences in the side streets of having excessive traffic, ever since these speed bumps went up. So I just want to, reiterate the points that Jill made, that yes, we need to have more, traffic study on the streets parallel to Questa and perpendicular to Questa, because we are facing the consequences of that, and to, do it at times where it really matters, not on weekends or not during breaks when traffic just goes down anyway, but actually study it for what the real effect is.
Great. Thank you, Eugene. All right, Jerry Rice, you're next. If you live on Questa, please do say so. I think we need to hear also from folks who are living on Questa.
Hi, this is Jerry Rice. No, I don't live on Questa, but I do live on Arboleda Drive. And one thing I've noticed is there's been no discussion. I've been following this process since it started, and I've lived in Los Altos for 35 years. Nothing's been mentioned about when this was all started. The idea was to reduce the speed on Questa down to sub 25 or less, and then to be able to change the speed limits so that the police could enforce a 25-mile-an-hour speed limit. Now we're hearing that they want to remove these speed bumps and go to one that will allow a higher speed. What's going on here? Do people have very short memories? Can you please explain this?
Great, thank you, Jerry. Mark's iPhone. If you could state.
Hi, yes, thank you. My name is Mark O'Reilly. I live at 338 Cuesta Drive. It's right in front of the speed table number one, the one closest to El Monte, is right in the middle of my house. And I wanted to share my experience. Overall, I think on El Monte, I have noticed the speed lower, but not really at my house. And the noise is really bad. So I feel like I'm getting the worst of both worlds where I live. I'm mostly impacted by the cars driving east toward Mountain View. I think if you collected speed data, you know, as cars are heading that direction before the first speed bump, you would see the cars are going really fast. And you can even see evidence of that. The road is pretty damaged in front of that first speed table because cars are flying over that thing and smashing the front of their car, or just, you know, banging the front axle down. The loudness comes a lot of times also from like UPS trucks and FedEx trucks. They bounce over that thing. All the goods in their car bounce. So I don't know what you can do. I'm glad you opened up the discussion to potentially move it, because I think if you move the two choices, I think if you move the first speed table a little closer to El Monte, cars wouldn't have the opportunity to get up to that speed and be shocked by the first speed table, which is, you know, pretty high. Really does bounce your car. I think another option is to get rid of that one entirely and put, someone else mentioned, a stop sign at Arboleda. I think if you had a stop sign there, that would slow cars down from right around where that speed hump is anyway. You know, sounds like it'd be less expensive and a lot less noisy and safer for kids to just have a stop sign at that Arboleda as the first sort of slowing down of traffic down that road. Anyway, thank you for hearing me out.
Thank you, Mark. Next, I see the same number. That would be, I think, Travis. Sounds like you've spoken already. 753.
No, there's two of us here with this number.
Oh, okay. So can you please state your name then?
Yeah, sure. My name is Will.
We can't hear you. Can you please come closer to the microphone?
Yes, right next to me. Can you hear me any better now?
Yeah, sorry, my hand should be down. Should have put that down. Right.
Go ahead, please. Say your name and your street address.
He said his hand was up from his previous time, and
okay, sorry, got it. Okay, so Polly Siegel, you're next.
My name's Polly. I live on Madonna Way, which is just on the other side of Foothill from Questa, and I bike on Questa every day. It's my commute route, so I go both ways on it. And I had a concern, and I had expressed concerns at the last meeting this was discussed because of the slope on the sides of the speed bumps. They encroach into what little shoulder there is, and this is dangerous for cyclists. And if you've been following the next door thread on the Questa speed bumps, you'll know that at least one person has crashed by being surprised by them, especially since they're hidden often by the shade and the trees, and they're very hard to see even if you know they're there, especially, you know, at the times when it's coming up and the sun's going down, depending on which way you're traveling and the sun's in your eyes. So the real problem though is that the shoulder on the street is almost non-existent, especially going east towards Springer. And there are oftentimes cars parked on the side of the street so that there's really no space for you to go in between the side of the road and the speed bump, because the speed bump is right there. So now when I ride on Questa, I just take the whole road because that's the only way I can safely traverse it. So with this new proposal, I'm wondering what this is going to be like for cyclists going down the center of the road over those bumps. I'm definitely in favor of removing or reducing the speed bumps. And I was also wondering whether it was possible to change the road, even something as radical as shifting the whole road over to the left a little bit as you're looking towards Mountain View, so that the shoulders on the sides of both roads are roughly equal, and also so that, and repave the shoulders so that they're, you know, they're smooth and they're not, the pavement isn't as bad as it is right now. And maybe even making no parking on the side so that there actually is safe passage for people who are on bikes or walking. So that was all I had to say. And I really appreciate you guys opening up this discussion and all the work that you've done on this. So thank you.
Thank you, Polly. All right, next is Jay Wright. Please state your name and street address. Jay Wright. you're next. Okay, we'll move on to the next one. There's a DLL iPhone. If your sign is DLL iPhone, you're next. Please state your name and your street address.
Hi, yes, my name is Leon. I live on Cuesta Drive. So I have a comment on this. So, I'm sorry. I know that the proposal come from the public safety request, but I'm having a hard time understanding the requirement of 3 inches. I think it should consider the angle of approach on the effectiveness of the emergency vehicles. Actually, on that regard, if we are required to have 3-inch of speed tables, have we considered increasing the approach angle, or maybe change to speed bumps while maybe we maintain the 3-inch height? And also, by the way, thanks for the hard work on this. Quest Drive actually feels a lot safer to walk and bike, at least to myself. That's all from me. Thank you.
Thank you, Leon. I'm going to go back to Jay Wright. You're next. If you're hearing me, this is your chance to speak. Please announce your name and your street address. Jay Wright. All right, I'm going to keep moving down the list. Jaya.
Yeah, I'm Jaya, and I've lived at 482 Questa Drive since 2004. Here are my thoughts and my questions on staff's proposal. I know we have spent over $500,000 and countless hours of input, both from residents, with the goal of reducing the speed to enforceable limits. The way I look at it right now, the staff proposal does not achieve any of this. My question is, can we have an experienced contractor fix the height of the tables without removing them? If Almond Ave has heights that are acceptable to the fire department, why can't we fix these instead of tearing it down? The next question I have is, what is the guarantee that rubber ones won't have the same issues that are like the ones that are built right now, because we'll have the same road with the same curvature, etc. And also, since we are reducing the height of the speed tables, we know that the speeds will go up on Questa. Can we add additional 2 speed tables on Questa to compensate for that, and also include a stop sign on Questa at Arboleda? And I know we have already discussed this. Can the city give us some examples? Looks like there's some in San Mateo, so I'll be waiting for that address so that I can drive there. And finally, I hear a lot about how the real estate on the street is limited. So can we, as a longer term initiative, make Questa truly a complete street by making it one way for vehicles, adding bike lanes and sidewalk? Thank you.
Thank you, Jaya. I'm going to go back to Jay Wright. That's your chance again. All right. YL. State your name, please, and street address.
Hi, my name is Ying. I'm a new resident on Questa Drive. Actually, after this current project has completed, so I'm pretty sure I missed a lot of the previous context. But for one input from me is that I want to echo Nadim's comments on the angle effect on the vehicle experiences. From the data that you presented, the vehicle speed reduction goals and with the current setting, not by a margin. So we barely achieve it, but the negative comments is mostly on vehicle experience from the angle. So I think this point just should not be that quickly dismissed just by some inputs from the county, because we do want some clarification on the exact setting, because we did get this project approved and designed at that point. So if it was an obvious code issue, why didn't we catch that previously? And we even entertained this idea. But if this is not a policy or goal, just some executive inputs, I think this is exactly the place where we could discuss this input at the community, at the neighborhood. I just want to echo this point again. A second input is about the like the intersection between Arboleda and Cuesta Drive. I also want to suggest that we should consider us adding a stop sign there as a effective way to calm down the traffic. That intersection is close to the back door to Covington Elementary. A lot of the students and pedestrian like actually cross the street there. I noticed that currently we don't have stop sign. We only have one crosswalk across Arboleda, but we don't have any crosswalk sign.
VG, sorry, VG, can you please mute yourself? Thank you. Go ahead, Ian.
So like even for the crosswalk sign, we don't have a crosswalk sign across Questa Drive. That is actually quite surprising to me because we expect people to actually cross Questa Drive in multiple locations, going to school, etc. So here are my two inputs. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Mike Trainer.
Hi, thank you. My name is Mike Trainer. I live on La Prenda Road, right up the corner of La Prenda and Rosita behind the park and the school. And I just want to, well, first, thanks to all of you for taking the time and attention on this. I know it's a challenging problem, and I appreciate you working on it. I simply want to voice my support for your current plan to replace the current asphalt speed tables with rubber ones because the current ones are too high. I think long-term, something like the person named Chris who suggested earlier that there might be ways to get more sophisticated ones that react to vehicle traffic, that would be great. It would be great technology for a technology town like Los Altos, but I suspect it'll take a while, and in between, let's put the rubber ones in. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Mike. Vivian, next.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay.
Vivian, please
I
say
live
much to you.
I live off of Campbell Avenue, and I'm glad that the commission, I hope, is realizing that these bumps were built too high, these tables. There's nowhere you can drive and find things like this. Additionally, it's very difficult because they're all different heights. So as you're driving and you anticipate the next one, there's no way to know how they're going to be. And yes, it's going to make things slower, but you don't just raise the bumps until you get the right speed to drive. That's not how cities do this. There's rules, there's laws, their ways they should be. I think that we see the road is getting ruined, so that's going to need to be replaced where those bumps are after the cars bottom out. Disabled people have spoken before that it's painful to go over there. It's not great for emergency vehicles. It takes too long, and if we even add more, I'm not sure how they'll get down there. I am all for safe streets. I don't think that these bike lanes, they really exist. I mean, if you're making things for kids, you need a bike lane, a walking lane, they need to be flat. You know, people cannot ride on a bike when it's bumpy, and I agree, cars are in the way. So I don't know, all these people walking on Questa when things are too fast where they're walking. I mean, just today I was with my mom and I'm thinking there's no way a walker or a wheelchair could be in that lane going anywhere because it's not flat where people are supposed to walk because of how the bumps are positioned on the sides. I don't know if there's a way, just like before they build a house, they have like that orange stuff up so you see how big it's going to be built, like where we can kind of see how the bumps are going to be, or like this rubber thing. Let's not cause another problem that it's going to be noisy. I mean, maybe put one somewhere where people can drive over it. But I agree, there's a way to make cars slow down there. And I hope, I know this commission has been trying to find it. Somehow these tables weren't built right. And, you know, at one point someone was talking about not paying the vendor, but now the vendor's paid. We just need to move on. And either lower the ones we have and make sure that they can be built to spec. And there's a reason when people are saying, who cares what the fire department says? I mean, there's a reason that in every other city, they are a certain height and not above 3 to 4 inches. I mean, they are not like these. So that's not the direction to go, just to make them higher. Thank you.
Thank you, Vivian. Dan, you're next.
Hi, I'm Dan Cohen. I previously presented a petition to this commission with now over 700 signatures asking the bumps to be lowered. And I'm representing all those people tonight. Not all of them can be here to speak. I had previously, really for the last several months, presented data. I had measured the bumps of being up to 8 inches. We finally got a surveyor that showed up to 7.5, so it was very close to what I've been showing. The fire department standard of 3 inches, it's available online. It's been there all along. I think we need to recognize that there are many definitions of safety. You know, having a fire truck reach my house in time is safety. Having ambulances able to treat people on Questa on their way to El Camino Hospital is safety. There's a letter in the public record to the city council of somebody whose care was affected by these extremely large speed bumps. Another definition of safety is the disabled being able to use our roads. You have a letter from Michelle Uzita from the law firm Potter Handy, which has successfully sued for ADA violations in Los Altos, who says these bumps are a violation of the ADA and the city must modify them to avoid discriminating against people with disabilities. So there are many reasons why you can do the right thing now. I'm glad that the new city manager has recognized this and understands that the tables must be reduced to 3 inches. There are some alternatives to keep things safe. I support adding a stop sign at Arboleda. We can do things with the shoulder, either paint it green for visibility or build a sidewalk. Now that the speed is low, we can enforce this speed of 25 miles an hour with police presence on the street and keep people at this limit instead of letting it raise. With the several $100,000 that we've already spent on this project, we could hire a couple of police officers and just keep that street slow. I do ask that you don't add more speed tables. It's been impossible for me to use the street in the last year. It's not the solution. Let's look at other ways to mitigate the traffic. Thank you very much for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Dan. Will Woodford.
Hi, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Great. So I just want to say a couple things. First on
the street that you live on, please.
I live on Benvenue Ave, 542 Benvenue Ave for 20 years. I use Questa Road regularly to commute either by driving, riding a bike, or walking to a shuttle stop for my company. I think a lot of the comments I heard in this presentation regarding bike safety assume that bikes are required to ride in the shoulder when they are not. So I think if that's a point of logic and a point that we're making a conclusion from, I think that needs to be double checked, because there's no bike lane, which means the bike can ride in the street, which means that the 12 inches on the side or whatever the worst case bump impact is the one to consider, not just that they can be off on the shoulder. Second, with regard to impact to parallel streets, looking at the slide number 7 that Jaime showed, it indicated that post-construction project, the speed on parallel streets was also reduced. And that might be the data that you collected, but it doesn't stand the logic test, right? That Benvenue or Clark or any other street should see its speed reduced because there are these big speed bumps put in place in Questa. I think that beggars belief, right? In addition, we have seen, empirically, that construction vehicles, fire trucks, other trucks, use our street to avoid all or part of Questa. They either kind of come down our street and turn left and then go to Paco, or they come down our street and turn right on Clark, or they come off Clark to avoid part of. They want to avoid as much of Questa as possible, and they certainly do speed by quite a bit. I think the rest of the concerns I had have been brought up by other commenters, but one that I think would be worthwhile perhaps is as we're looking at the specifications for these speed bumps, it would be great to see data on the noise, right? They must have a spec for data for whether it's the the noise of the initial impact or the noise that the cars make as they drive over them. I do support traffic mitigation on Questa, but I think it's a very hard problem to solve. But I think there should be data and specifications for these things to be clear, and I think that's the end of my comments. Thank you very much for your time.
Excuse me.
Thank you, Will.
Can I be added to the list? I'm not able to raise my hand. Jim Nivison, if I could speak at the end, please.
Yes, I will make a note of it, Jim. Yes.
Thank you.
Drew Hoffman, you're next.
Yeah, I live on Raimundo, and I've been attending several of these sessions, and I agree that we should lower the speed humps accordingly, as you've suggested. I think Dan Cohen brings up a very good point about looking at all aspects of safety, and I do think that the solution around the rubber material seems like a pragmatic one to provide a consistent set of height and to replace all the speed humps there. So I think that's a good move, and I think you've listened well to the community, the 700 people that expressed that. On a different topic, I'm a cyclist, and this may be covered by another group, but the Foothill Expressway El Monte interchange, where you're going towards Cupertino.
Mr. Hoffman, keep your comments to the Questa side, please.
Oh, okay. All right. Yeah. Well, that's fine then. I just think it's good that you're lowering the speed humps to be within the original spec and making it safer for everybody involved. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Jim Nivison, is that right? Did I say your name properly?
It's Jim Nivison. Thank you.
Nivison, sorry.
I live at 395 Cuesta Drive. I live right in front of speed bump number 2. I have a lot of concerns about the existing speed bumps, but one of my primary concerns is the noise. There's a lot of banging, a lot of scraping. It's not every car, it's many cars. Reading the tea leaves in the conversation, it seems like the powers that be have decided that the current speed bumps have to go, and that's good. And when I first heard about a 3-inch speed bump, it sounded like a nice idea, but when I'm hearing the details, it sounds like the noise is gonna be not many cars, but every car. There's going to be a lip where they're going to hit. It sounds like the angle is going to be very short, which is going to cause more noise. And it also sounds like we have a rough surface. So I'm wondering if it's really going to be like a rumble strip. So I've got serious concerns about this. I like it that the traffic's slower. That's a good thing. But if these are the only choices in front of us, I say scrape them off and just put a flat street in. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Jim. Steve Heselton, next.
Hi, thanks. It's Steve Heselton, live on Questa at the intersection, right by the intersection with Clark. And I wanted to make 2 points. First of all, in terms of bicycling, I do bicycle down Questa, not quite as much as Polly does, but I haven't personally had the same kinds of problems that other people have had. The biggest improvement for me has been just the slower traffic, because my anxiety level when the traffic was higher was really not good, and so with slower traffic, even if you're partly into the lane, it's a lot more manageable. So definitely like to make sure that that's not lost. The other point, the main point I want to make is, if I think back to the couple of years ago to the earliest presentations, one of the primary problems that this project was to address was the fact that the average speed on Questa was so high that the police weren't allowed to enforce the speed limit. And so that certainly has been solved with this current solution. I'm concerned that we haven't heard enough data to know whether, the rise of a few, 5 or 6 miles per hour speed puts us back into that territory where the police can't enforce the speed limit anymore. And so I'd like to, one, have a better understanding of whether that can be understood better. I know Jaime had an educated guess on the speed difference, but I think that's one of the key issues with the project. And so I think better data on that, so we know we're not getting back into the problem that we had to begin with, that could be addressed. And I think it'd be a big mistake if we ended up in a situation where the speed limit can't be enforced again. That's just a failure from my point of view. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Steve. Jerry, no last name. Can you please state your name and your address? Jerry?
Can you hear me now?
Yes, now we can, yes.
Oh, okay, thank you. I'm Jerry Wright. I live at 631 Cuesta Drive. Been involved with Cuesta Drive issues for over 20 years. I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to comment. I'd like to comment on a number of issues. First, I was pleased that the city finally did implement traffic calming on Cuesta. While somewhat noisy, the speed tables have achieved the main objective of safety for the residents and pedestrians. I can safely pull out of my driveway. As shown in the staff report, the speeds are reduced. I am dismayed that the staff is now proposing replacing the effective speed tables with rubber speed tables that will be less effective. I would like to remind everyone that the objective from the council was to get the speed down to the 25-mile-an-hour range so that they could be enforced by the local police. It looks like this was sort of done dead of night behind closed doors without public input. Seems kind of disrespectful of all the public input that we gave into the process as the entire Cuesta Street project was being designed. And on this change, I happen to live near a speed table, certainly wasn't consulted on this, just found out about this by, in fact, reading the fine print in the materials for this meeting. Now I have another couple of comments. I would also like to know why we can't just grind the existing speed tables. I do think that if we have to transition to the rubber speed tables, they will have an impact on the speed, and they will be a good thing overall for the safety of the street. But I'm also thinking that if we do have to replace the speed tables, let's go slow. Let's maybe replace just one speed table with the rubber speed tables, make it a learning experience, find out some of the things that are not anticipated so that we can really learn as to what to do with the rest of the speed table. So to close, the current speed tables have achieved their design objective, and I would like to see us continue to achieve the design objective as per the council recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you, Jerry. Jeannie, you're next. Jeannie? Okay, we'll go on to the next.
Could you add me to the list? I have no blue hand, Sandy Sands.
Okay, we'll add you to the end, Sandy.
Thank you.
And this is Jim. Could you add me to the list also?
Yes, of course, you bet.
And this is Mira.
Thank you.
I also don't have the blue hand thing.
The blue hand is under the participants panel.
Okay, Cece.
Hi, this is Yubin. I'm living on Questa. I have a couple things I wanted to say. Firstly, thank you for providing all the expected speed data on Questa, but it sounds to me that we do not have any confidence on limiting the speed. I just want to say, like, with that being said, given our goal is to make Questa safe, and in my opinion, having traffic speed under the limit is a first step towards it. With this ultimate goal, can we just do our best to limit the speed instead of building some alternative solution that possibly may not gonna solve the problem? Like, for example, we have a lot of other things we can consider, like we can add more obvious signs near the current speed table and then to let the pedestrian know that there's a bump there. Also, we can add more, like if we end up use the low, like 3-inch table, can we add more on the Questa? Or can we even add radar monitors? And if there are a lot of cars like over the speed, can we just report the police, something like that? After listening the whole conference, I just feel I didn't get any confidence on the rubber table gonna solve the problem at all. This is first thing I want to say. Another thing is that given we are expecting the relatively high noise level, I think it's important to ask a resident on Questa to get their opinion to see if they feels good about noise level, with the end result is that it's not necessarily limiting the speed at all. Like, because the noise level is impacting their daily life. If there's no use of that rubber table, I don't know why we're gonna choose that choice at all. Lastly, I want to say that I really see the current speed table is like effectively enforce the speed limit. I appreciate all the effort the city has built on that. Thank you so much.
Thank you, CC. TX.
I'm back, by the way. Thank you.
You're back. Who is that? I'm sorry.
Jeannie Kawaji.
Jeannie. Go ahead, Jeannie. Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, thank you so much.
Yeah.
So my name is Jeannie Kawaji. I live just off of Campbell Avenue. And I was wondering if we could make this entire project a big learning experience. I was struck by many of the comments about how input wasn't considered, that the contractor didn't follow compliance, that we seem to have quite a few non-compliance with the law, that we've managed to make very good people try to avoid Questa, and in my opinion, intelligently avoid Questa and clog up other streets. I was curious to know, there's a street in Menlo Park. There's a portion of Santa Cruz Avenue that is 30 miles per hour. I don't believe I've seen anybody go more than 30 miles per hour on that little segment. I believe that people got tickets and it was very well enforced for a very long time. I wonder if we could propose getting rid of all of these bumps. I'm wondering if there's any reparations from people who travel it and their car gets damaged from it, if the city would provide money to repair their cars, or if the city could also give people who have health problems that are aggravated by this money to seek medical treatment. I think there's a lot of unintended consequences that people are bearing costs to that I think should be incorporated in this way of looking at this problem. It seems like it's a very punitive thing, and and we're talking about lots of these little details, but I'm wondering if we're missing the bigger picture, and if we could try to develop a system that would encourage people to have good behaviors instead of trying to give people penalties for their bad behaviors. Because if we do that, I think people are going to probably do as much as they can to get away with it. So I don't feel like we're creating goodwill in this community. And I believe I teach effective interactions in leadership. I think this is a great example of very poor management and very poor effective interactions and poor learning. And I'm interested in what we can learn from this project that has usurped quite a lot of intellectual hours of people who are brilliant, spending their time in hours listening to this very heartfelt conversation in lieu of maybe even watching the World Series tonight. So the cost of people's time and attention and angst is enormous, and I don't see that incorporated into the cost of this, in addition to the $500K that apparently. And I'd like to know who was managing the contractor, and what penalty, how did this contractor not do what they were supposed to do, and who's going to pay the cost of that? Not our dollars, not our tax dollars. So I would like an answer to some of those questions if possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeannie. Great. TX.
Hi, this is Tian Hui. I am a resident on Questa Street, Questa Drive, sorry. And so a couple of things I want to comment on this. I think the first thing is I really appreciate, I really appreciated, like this project when I first moved in last year, hearing that, there's a project ongoing with a main goal to reduce traffic speed and improve pedestrian and biker safety on this street. So after seeing, the installment of the speed table, I think we do see the goal being achieved. Like the speed reduction, is obvious, and I definitely felt more comfortable, like walking with my children on the street. So I think I understand and respect some other concerns people have raised with the existing traffic table. But I think whatever improvement or whatever next steps that the city is going to do should keep the existing speed reduction result while making an improvement. So my concern with the rubber speed table is that, like, we might be just walking seesaw. Like, I don't see confident data or confidence stats there that the new rubber one will be improving like drivers' experience, while in the meantime keeping the existing speed reduction result. So that's the biggest concern, and I hope like whatever action we are going to do, whatever money the city is going to be spending the next, it's an improvement based on existing results, not just like walking back from what we have achieved. That's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Jim Fenton.
Hi, thank you. I'm going to start with a sort of a process comment. The staff report acknowledges that the planned height of the bumps was raised from 3.5 to 4.25 inches during the construction phase following community input. Now, there was an extensive public outreach process prior to construction. Does that mean that city staff took it upon themselves to make a unilateral change without broader outreach to the community? If so, this is highly disrespectful of the public outreach process and those of us who participated in it. If the design that was proposed was insufficient to be enforced by radar, that should have been realized up front and dealt with prior to the public input process. Second item, in the early 2000s, there was a trench dug along the south side of Questa between Arboleda and Hale Creek, and it was poorly repaired. It's bumpy. You don't want to ride your bicycle on it. This has narrowed the effective road edge that's usable by bicyclists. When we repaved Questa, there was an opportunity to correct that. And yet when I pointed this out to city staff prior to construction, I got the response that the repair was the responsibility of the adjacent property owners. I think the city lost an inexpensive opportunity to improve the safety of bicyclists on eastbound Questa. You could call this an incomplete street. This could be a bigger problem with the rubber speed tables, and I think we should consider correcting this if the rubber speed tables further push bicycles off to the side or interfere with the pathway for bicycles. The speed tables on Questa are described as speed tables, but honestly, I've seen all of the data that was presented, and I appreciate all of that. It just isn't my experience that the top of those is very flat. It just feels like an extended hump. Just a comment. I kind of feel like true speed tables might have more acceptance and cause less damage to vehicles. And finally, if there's additional traffic calming that's required on other streets in order to mitigate cut-through traffic that are avoiding these speed bump speed tables, I'm concerned that the city will require the NTMP process be used for that. The city needs to take responsibility if that happens and not place those requirements, including the need for co-payments from residents, on the residents of those streets. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jim. I know there was another request from another Jim. If you're still online, I know that you don't have your blue hand up.
My name's Jim.
Go ahead, please.
Yeah, my name's Jim, and
say your full name, please.
Jim Shepner.
Okay, thank you.
And we are on Giralda Drive. And we have noticed an increase in traffic on Giralda. I myself is one of those people who will not take Cuesta anymore. I will go on a side street. And I've noticed side streets, Paco, Giralda, Hawthorne, all the way into town. Pepper, Hawthorne into town are all, there's more people. There's more traffic on those streets. To say that the other side streets aren't being used, is I don't know where all the data comes from. I'm new to this process also. I'm sorry I didn't get involved earlier. It sounds to me like nothing has worked out. My first concern was we hired someone who hadn't put speed bumps in before. Does that make sense? Was that a money-saving policy? They'd never installed speed bumps. I couldn't believe I actually heard that, and so that's why we had problems. Oh, that's interesting. I'm wondering about the environmental concerns. When I'm behind a garbage truck on any street and they stop and they start again, you know what it smells like behind that truck. I have got to believe that the pollution because of these speed bumps is greatly increased. Stops and starts are the highest form of emissions. Yeah, to not know the effects of this change, they didn't know the effects of the first bunch. And now we're going to put in something else, and we don't know the effects of that. This makes no sense whatsoever. What makes complete sense to me is that we start the process all over again and decide whether we really want to try to control the speed on Cuesta the way we have. There must be a better way than this hassle we've been through. And not only that, we're carrying it through during COVID, during years when people really aren't paying a lot of attention to certain things. And this is a tricky period where all this is happening. And it sounds to me like many people who were involved still were out of the loop when changes were made. So I am totally in favor of starting this process over, taking these speed bumps out, and let's get everybody involved and not just a few. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Jim. Mira, next.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. So, hi. So I've been on a few of these calls and I live off of Campbell on Harrington. And the last time I was on, I was worried about the emergency vehicles and the speed and how fast they're able to get to the hospital. So I just want to reiterate that I hope that's still on people's minds. There's been mention tonight about adding more speed tables at lower heights. And I think this is going to cause more issues for everything, and just being careful of what's legal. I don't know if we can add more stop signs or if there can be cameras to catch people's license plates if you're speeding. Just because all of this reconstruction, construction, everything for months, if this ends up going on for, I don't know, another year, it's just going to end up costing the city so much money. And I'm an avid biker, and to get around just to bike, and it's really not safe biking on Questa at night, particularly because of the speed tables. And I've tried going on Arboleda to go off, but that speed's worse because of the speed bumps, as there's no reflectors or street lights. And I almost fell the first time I went on those. So something needs to be done about those bike lanes and how much space there are in them. And just maybe also keep in mind about adding something on Arboleda to make it safe for bikers at night. Thank you.
Thank you, Mira. MB Cole, state your full name, please. Hello? MB Cole, you're next. Okay, I'm gonna keep going then. Sandy Sands.
Yes, I'm a resident of Paco Drive. My name is Sandy Sands, and I wanted to follow up on Commissioner Steve. He questioned why we were not just correcting these steep speed tables to spec the 3 inches. And the reply was that the more conservative thing was to start over and go with this rubber. But as we've certainly heard here, it opens up new questions. It's not the most conservative way to go. And it's certainly not the most cost-effective way to go. Seems like if these weren't built right, if the standards by the county is 3 inches, the most straightforward answer would be to cut these back to 3 inches. It's certainly possible to cut them down to follow the crown of the road. I mean, that's done in other places. So it seems like that would be the easiest, straightforward, at least a place to start, make them what they're supposed to be. Another comment, following up with Nadine, you said there was a question, well, how much is it going to lower the average speed? I wanted to bring up another aspect to speed. While there's a concern about average speed, living on Paco, the biggest concern to me are the speeders, that less than 1% that are doing 40 miles an hour and greater. And if you put a lesser speed bump in and the average speed creeps up a little bit, I know there'll be a trade-off on that, but any speed bump will slow down the excessive speed, which is, I know for myself, the biggest fear is generally biggest fear for our kids on the side and that sort of thing. So having some speed bump there, having a speed bump that is meeting standards, which has been vetted everywhere. You know, most of us deal with the Questa speed bumps in Mountain View. They seem to work quite well. They obviously aren't the same sort of thing. And then my last comment, yes, I'm one of those people who now avoid Questa whenever I can. I have a car with low clearance and, you know, relatively stiff suspension, and it's killer to go on that road. It's completely unacceptable. So I do avoid that. I'm glad to hear that all the solutions are to lower it. That's good news. I'm just saying, let's go back and build it to spec and then evaluate if that's going to do the job. Thank you.
Thank you. And our last speaker is Howard Kurosaki.
Hi, my name is Howard Kurosaki, and I live at 285 Questa Drive. And I was one of the proponents for the bunch of people on Questa Drive that basically petitioned the council about figuring a way how to slow down or calm Questa Drive. And when I was there, I was on the bandwagon. Now, with regard to the speed humps, although I dislike them, or the speed tables, I dislike them, they do work. They did lower the speed dramatically. Unfortunately, you know, since my parents and I, we moved in here in '64, we've noticed, you know, 50 years of change in this town and this county and this city area. We probably have about 50% more cars on the road now than we did before. And unfortunately, I'd love to be able to, minimize without having to put speed humps, and things that I thought about were, and I know it's illegal, but radar cameras that take pictures of license plates. I mean, when I was in Europe, people would get tickets for speeding or running red stop signs, would get a ticket in the mail. I don't know. I don't think we could do that in California, but I was just on the Foothill Expressway today, and going by Stanford, they have an area where they put some, I guess, not blocks, but road curves. They put some curves in, which force you to slow down so you can get down safely. Now, I don't know if we have the room on Quest to do that, but it's an alternative to the speed humps. And I appreciate everything the council and everybody that's on this has great concern about the city, and I appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Howard. MB Cole. Unmute, please. Or we can't hear you. We cannot hear you. MB Cole, we cannot hear you. We can see you, but we cannot hear you. Sorry about that. I think maybe you can dial in, or you can send your comments via email to the city. Sorry about that. Okay, Cece, you already spoken, so I'm not going to have you speak again. So if there's any more requests from someone who has not spoken, this is your last chance to echo your thoughts. Very well. I want to thank everyone who's participated. We've had 28 members of the public to speak. Thank you all for your input. I'm going to bring it back to the commission for a discussion. All right. Commissioners, please turn on your camera, and then if you're a member of the public, please turn off your camera. Okay, who would like to go first? Actually, I'm sorry, I apologize. I think I'm going to ask Jim Sandoval, the Director of Engineering Services, to, I know he's got a couple of thoughts he'd like to share with us.
Thanks, Nadeem. Can you all hear me?
Yes, Jim, go ahead.
Thank you. Yeah, Jim Sandoval, Engineering Services Director. Earlier in your questioning, Chair Nadeem, you asked the question, some to the effect of why the commission can't weigh in on the proposed design with the rubber humps. And I think the answer was something to the effect of the exec team decided, and I just couldn't unmute quick enough and weigh in. But anyway, I just wanted to mention that, you know, as a representative of the exec team, we recognize the existing tables are effective at slowing vehicular speeds down to the project goal, which originally the focus of the council was in 2019, the design objective was to reach the 85th percentile speed of 25 miles per hour, which the bumps out, or the tables out there, have met that, and Jaime showed that data. And that was our focus. And however, there were other factors that make traffic calming effective, and we recognize that now. And that includes safe and efficient passage for emergency vehicles and safe passage for all modes of transportation, all modes. And so at the time, you know, we had, back in the original design, we had consented fire. They were a little more casual with their response and verbally said, you know, no problem with the current design. Originally, there was the 3.5-inch design, and then when that wasn't meeting the project goal, a field call was made by staff to work with the contractor and raise the tables to meet the 85th percentile 25 miles per hour speed goal. But the original tables were built in the contract at 3.5 inches, which met the ITE standard. County fire standard is 3 inches. And again, we had a verbal at the time that we were good with the 3.5. And I think even later, we didn't get a lot of objection about the existing design. But when some of the controversy came up, we officially asked the fire department for, you know, I guess a more serious response, and they pointed out their standard. And so that brought us to, you know, we can't build something that doesn't meet a public safety standard. And that's how we came to this point of, you know, we need to stick within a written standard. So the proposed redesigned tables, they are public safety compliant, and they meet the standards for approval as provided directly to the city from County Fire recently. After the tables were installed, we asked, well, I already kind of stated that. So traffic calming measures should reduce speed while also complying with public safety requirements. These do not. The installed traffic calming measures, since they are not compliant and they have not received approval from fire, we can't in all you know, kind of good faith continue with the current design. Questa is also a known city evacuation route. It's on our city safety website. The change in the traffic calming measures is not taking place based on complaints, but on the lack of coordination, discussion, and or approval with public safety before the field changes were made. Stating this was not coordinated appropriately is not an indictment of past community effort, the City Council, Complete Streets Commission, or city staff. It's simply an admission that what was ultimately built does not meet approved design specification. There is a legal liability for a city to knowingly allow an obstruction to remain on a street after a fire review where the design was determined to exceed the maximum standard. The plan is to take them back to a public safety standard. That's the goal here. If they're, yeah, so, and you know, if we decide to install the proposed standards and there's still a concern for public safety and meeting the 85th percentile goal after the tables are removed and replaced, then we can always address that as a separate safety issue. That's all I want to say.
Great. Thank you, Dr. Sandoval. Let's bring it back to the commission here. Who would like to go first for thoughts, recommendations, and feedback? Okay, Steve.
Yeah, I only have one comment, which is that it's pretty clear from Jim's summary and also what Jaime and Marissa said that we're moving in a direction to put public safety first and to take the speed bumps down to the required level of 3 inches. What I still don't fully understand is why we can't do that by simply grinding down the existing speed tables to be 3 inches and not have a noise problem that we'd be introducing and all the other unknown unintended consequences that rubber speed bumps might bring to the party, but that we don't understand yet because we haven't ever installed them. It would seem to me we could accomplish the exact same goal and the same speed reduction goal because they'd be the same height with the same ramp angles. And that I just don't see the advantage of grinding it down to nothing and then putting rubber bumps over fixing the existing ones that are there. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve. I think Suzanne, you, did I see your hand up? Great. Next.
Thank you, Chair. First, I want to thank everybody from the public who showed up tonight and provided us some feedback. We truly value that. It is super important to us to help us understand what is important to all of you. So please continue to come and please continue to give your feedback. Thank you very, very much. I know that it's late and we'd rather be watching baseball. Some observations on this. It's clear that the current speed tables need to be removed. That is a fact. And the question then is, and what do we do after that? Today, the proposed solution from the city is the rubberized speed tables. And to me, it feels like a rushed solution. It feels hurried. It feels experimental. It feels untested. I also feel that the outcomes are negative. They aren't what we are trying to solve for. Speeds will go up, noise will go up, and the visual impact will go up. So I'm very concerned about installing an untested traffic mitigation appliance, if you will, and not knowing what the outcome is. And I fear that we will be back here in another 6 months listening to the same set of residents saying, it is so noisy, I can't sleep at night. Get these things out of here. They're visually inconsistent with the neighborhood. They are bright, loud, covered with yellow squares. So I just feel like this isn't solving the problem we set out to solve. And the comment that we're only supposed to be addressing today, bike and ped issues only. And I would respectfully push back and say, this is the Complete Streets Commission. So we get to look at the complete issue and not just the bikes and peds. That being said, an increase in speed is a safety risk to bikes and peds. And I concur with one of the speakers who said, when we go back and redo this, we must look at the shoulder, because the shoulder is degraded and the shoulder is where the cyclists tend to end up. True, we aren't legally required to ride there, but that's where we tend to end up. And that is a very degraded part of the road and is unsafe because of the many lips and edges. So in sum, I feel that yes, we need to remove the current speed tables, but no, I do not believe we have solved for what to do next. And I think we need to pause and we need to study what the different options are, and we need to get greater input from the residents. Are they willing to accept increased noise and increased speed right in front of their house? Thank you.
Thank you, Suzanne. Next. Vice Chair, go ahead, please.
Okay, thank you. I had 5 points I was gonna make, and it's pretty much gonna echo what Suzanne just said. And I would also echo that what she said, to thank everyone who's participated. So the first point is absolutely 100% we need to align with standards and what the fire department wants. Ideally, if we had done that the first time, it would have helped better planning. Second point, for these rubberized options, I agree, we need to get more input from the residents. I think it sounds like there's places in San Mateo and other places people can go look at these. I think those impacted residents who live closest to these should have the chance to do that. I think they should come back to the commission. I think we should hear what they have to say before we decide to try out these, what was it, Suzanne? Appliances. And we may want to experiment with one first ourselves before laying them down the whole street. The third point I have is the speeds. We do expect speeds to go up. This is a concern because we made a commitment to the community that we're trying to put enforceable speed limits on this street. So I think we need to continue the conversation of, yeah, the current speed bumps have to come out, but how are we going to have enforceable speed limits on the street without raising the speed limit? Because that's what the council, a previous council, had committed to residents. And I think in terms of the data collection, it's good to keep the date in mind of when you're doing the data collection. We've heard some issues tonight about previous times when data has been collected. Let's keep that in mind when we collect future data, and keeping your eyes on when some of these tech companies are going back to work would be wise as well as school closings. The fourth point I have, and this is really important, I didn't notice, and maybe I missed them, the police department here tonight. We need to have them as part of the process to get us to enforceable speed limits. I think, and I need to do some more research offline, but there may be some ways to do this in different understandings of what we knew in the past. And I need to look into that a little bit more. I know peers in Saratoga have told me they're taking things on. So I think we need to look into this. I think the police department has to help us. And my final point, and this is really important, there needs to be a postmortem of what went wrong here, because Questa was our example of great community engagement. And while it was a great community engagement project, the implementation and construction has pretty much fallen down here. This was a very expensive project for the city, a waste. Dollars that could have been used on Questa and surrounding streets or on other streets of our city. And so I staff, and maybe you have already, but go back again, look at what went wrong and make sure this doesn't happen. We have to avoid this happening again. So that's what I have to say. And I think there was a lot of other good feedback. I don't need to reiterate it now from some of the residents who spoke tonight that needs to be considered as we build out the the design moving forward.
Thank you, Stacy. All right, Tom and Cindy. Cindy? No? Yes? Maybe?
I was waiting to see if Tom was going to go.
Tom was shaking his head.
I'll be brief because I pretty much agree with Suzanne and Vice Chair. I do appreciate all the community feedback because it gives us, the full spectrum of everyone's experiences, whether it was positive or neutral, or what you liked about the project and what you didn't like. So thank you all for participating. I think the part that I think is worth just echoing again is that, to the original question, yes, should we remove the speed tables? I don't know what the right approach is, but we do need to make sure that we get to the standards or safety standards for those. And then the other point that everyone's been echoing is I think it might be worthwhile to slow down this process of what the replacements will be, primarily because, and I think Vice Chair mentioned also, like, we're going to find ourselves doing this thing again. If these things are untested, or if we are rushing it and the replacements come as a surprise to the community, I think we're going to be having this similar type of meetings. So it's probably worthwhile to slow this down, get more input, ask residents about this specific proposal, but also consider other options. And apologize, I think I had not joined the commission yet, so I don't have the background on what other options were considered previously, whether the number of bumps or stop signs or whatnot. What were all the things that considered, and would it be worth it to put some of those things back on the table, as some of the residents have suggested? Yeah, and then the last piece is like other than the enforceable speed limit, which was, it sounds like, was the goal of the project. The reason why we want that is for safety, and so I want to make sure, a lot of the residents did say that they felt safer with the slower speed limits, and so we want to make sure that whatever our next iteration of this, that we're still keeping that in mind, that we're still looking for ways to keep the streets safe for cyclists, regardless of where they may end up on the road. And I'll stop there.
Thank you, Cindy. Let me again echo sincere thanks to all the residents who've participated in this discussion. Your input is really crucial for us to understand the complexity and the nuances of this project. This is not a trivial project. And I also want to thank city staff and Director Sandoval too. I completely recognize that this is not a trivial way to balance conflicting inputs. There are many conflicting inputs here that we're trying to navigate. Having said that, it is not cool, it is not okay in my book that the city staff comes to the commission and says, we're going to make the changes and all we need from you is input on the bikes and peds. It is not okay, and put it in big, bold, capital letters, guys. We cannot accept that, period. Please don't do it again. Now, there are two issues here that are very separate. Completely understand and respect the fact that the current bumps are not to standards. Great, we're going to take them out, no dispute there. But that is not a green light to go ahead and put another set of bumps without consulting with the residents, without checking with all the stakeholders, and without verifying that these modified rubber bumps will meet the objective. And the objective is 85 percentile at 25 miles an hour. That is the objective. That was never and should never be lost sight of it. That was why we have this project, and we cannot just simply say, oh, by the way, we're going to drop the speed by 5 miles an hour. That's good enough. Good enough is not going to work here. If we cannot meet 85 percentile at 25 miles an hour with very high confidence, then we ought to go back to the drawing board. And that's where we are today. I think there's no dispute that we need to go back and remove these bumps, but please don't rush and then come back to us in 6 months and say, we've tried something and it didn't work. I'm all for experimental tries. If you come to us and say, look, we think those rubber bumps might work, it's an experiment worth $30,000 and it's worth doing it, then go for it. But we set the expectations, it's experimental. We're gonna put it down and see if it's gonna work or not and make some measurements and come back in 6 months and assess. But to rush and sort of say, this is a final solution, project closed, we're gonna absolutely blow years of communications with the community, of planning and thinking through it in a rush decision, and that is not okay. Steve, go ahead, please.
Yeah, I apologize for coming back a second time, but I guess I have more than one comment. I didn't thank everybody, but I will definitely thank everybody that showed up, because I think there were a lot of good ideas and everybody's input is important. The one thing that I didn't say, but I'm thinking, is that it would be a tragedy if we just removed the existing speed bumps without a comprehensive plan as to what to replace them with. That would accomplish both the compliance with standard as well as the safety issue. And I think it can be a combination of things. It can be compliant speed bumps or speed tables. It can be lighted signs that tell people when they're going over 25 miles an hour and says slow down. That certainly seems to work in other places like Alpine Road. There are many things that I haven't mentioned that could be incorporated into it that don't cost a fortune. And I think that those need to be proposed at another meeting like this, where the community can hear what they are and then can provide input. And if it takes an additional 60 days to actually come to compliance, I think that 60 days would be well worth it. So that's my thought.
Thank you, Steve. All right, Jaime, Jim, and Marissa, is that sufficient input, I guess, or feedback from the commission?
I think that's great.
Thank you. Great, so it is 8:22, and I'm looking at the agenda, and I think in consideration for the planning team here, I'm gonna propose to the commission that we move item 4 ahead of item 3, because we will stop considering new items past 9 o'clock. And I wanna make sure that they don't wait in vain. So if there's any one on the commission who is not in agreement, please state so. Otherwise, we'll move that to, we'll go next. We'll take a short break and move into item number 4. Is that okay?
Yeah.
Great. All right. So let's take a 5-minute break. It is 8:22. We'll reconvene at 8:27. Okay, it is 8:27. Let's reconvene, please. Hello, Steve.
Which one are you talking to?
You.
Okay.
Yeah, good point, though.
Our videos came up at the same time.
Yeah.
Are we ready to go, or?
We want to make sure that we have quorum. Let's make sure I got 3. I need 1 more. We got 1 more. You're ready to go.
Okay. So I did want to make a quick announcement. There was another item on the agenda, which was 440 First Street as well. But that item, we did pull from the agenda. I don't know how that was communicated out to the commission, but we are rescheduling that item for a joint session with the Planning Commission meeting. It does get fairly complex with these residential projects meeting state requirements for number of meetings, and it depends on when the project was submitted. There's different requirements, and I apologize. I just realized that this slide says August 27th, which is obviously not the right date. But the project, and let me share my screen. Am I? No. Sorry about that. I'm going to turn off my video while I do this because my computer usually locks up. So again, I apologize. It is obviously not August 27th, but this is going to be a multimodal study session for a new multiple family development at 376 First Street. The proposed project includes 15 condominium units in a 4-story building with a common roof deck area at the 4th level and one level of underground parking with a mechanical lift system that provides 23 spaces. So the goal tonight is going to be to introduce the project. We're asking the commission to discuss the potential project impacts to various modes of transportation, as you do with all the development projects moving forward. But we're asking for it to be a discussion item only tonight. If you can provide staff some feedback with how you might seek recommendation to the Planning Commission and City Council, and then we will come back with that more formal recommendation. And the intent at the subsequent meeting is to come back with a consent item, because we know that your next meeting is also very full. So have the discussion tonight, and then hopefully to come back when we complete the public notification requirements, that if there are any additional public comments, we'll take those. But the intent is to hopefully not have more substantial discussion at the subsequent meeting. So this is a little bit different. Again, staff is trying to address all the public notification requirements and meet all the technical requirements that have changed over years, and we don't want to have an issue with a technicality like public notification. So let me move on. So this map, I actually got this from another project that submitted recently, and it was a good representation of the many projects on First Street and other large projects that have been developed in the last about 10 years. So it kind of shows this South San Antonio area and the south of Main Street area. You'll see those other projects on the slide, the either 3D renderings or actual pictures of the projects. The project before you tonight is indicated with the arrow. It's number 376 First Street. It is located on First Street between Lyle to the south and Whitney Street to the north. Again, there's a number of projects that are actually under construction, 389, 425, and 450 First Street. Again, 440 First Street and 355 First Street will be moving forward to joint complete streets and Planning Commission meetings in the near future. This is sort of an oblique imagery from Google, so it shows the site as it is. The existing site is 0.2 acres in size. It includes a single-story restaurant. It's Bella Vita. It's approximately 3,600 square feet in area, and there's 10 surface parking spaces. To the north is a surface parking lot, commercial buildings, and Drager's Market, and north is kind of to the right on this screen. And then to the south, the left side is a building comprising of a one-story structure in the front, two-story structure in the rear. It has administrative offices. And as you know, First Street is kind of got a lot of mixtures of uses now, with the newest uses being redeveloped in that area is primarily multifamily residential. You'll notice on this, oops, sorry, that just went crazy. Let me go back to that slide. Sorry about that. You'll notice along the frontage of this parcel, there is kind of a walkway. It's not a city standard sidewalk. It's just asphalt kind of walking surface. It's inconsistent with the city standard. And then there's no landscaping in the front, which is now required by the zoning requirements. So the proposed project will demolish the existing building and construct a 15 condominium unit 4-story building. This is the proposed site plan, which shows the project at street level. The driveway access to the property is generally in the same location as the existing. They are proposing to build out the city standard sidewalk and include a 1-foot easement along the frontage, which will increase the sidewalk width consistent with the downtown vision for increasing sidewalk width on First Street. The area to the south of this parcel, it still has an unimproved sidewalk, so that will remain as is. I believe this will tie into the north with the standard sidewalk. There is a bike rack or sort of bike loop proposed along the left portion of this building, or the bottom of the slide. It will provide for 2 Category 2 bike parking spots. And as you can see, along with the addition of the sidewalk along the frontage, they're proposing the landscaping at the frontage, including some street trees and planter boxes, which will enhance the pedestrian environment along First Street in this location. And then there's a more detailed landscape design plan in the complete set of plans that were provided in the agenda report. With regards to the parking garage area, this is a kind of a cutaway cross section showing the ramp down to that 1-level parking garage. And then this parking garage does have some surface parking spots, which I'll show you in the next slide, but they are proposing the mechanical puzzle lift system. You've seen that before in other projects. It will require, through the density bonus exceptions or waivers process, because the mechanical lift encroaches into that sort of virtual box that the code requires for being free and clear. They will need a waiver, which they're requesting to install the lift, which is in line with other projects in the downtown that have provided the lift as an alternative parking means. And then this is the garage floor plan. You can see there's the 3 at-grade parking spaces, inclusive of an accessible parking space, and then the parking lift system will have 20 available spaces. And then also included at the parking garage level is their bicycle parking enclosure, which there's a little bit of a conflict. This plan shows 9 spaces. I think on a cover sheet, they say 10. So that's something we'll might have to just hammer out as far as does this area accommodate 9 or 10. And this exceeds the requirements, at least the class 1 requirements per VTA standards as provided in the agenda report. The applicant is also proposing that 3 of the parking spaces will be electric vehicle parking. We will have to look at that a little bit more closely with regards to the green building standards and the city's REACH codes that were adopted. There might be a requirement for a minimum that is higher than what they're proposing, but that's something we're going to have to look at. Again, it kind of depends on when this application came in and has been determined to be complete. The parking garage and other on-site circulation was evaluated by Fair and Pierce, the applicant's consultant. They looked at the maneuverability, circulation, site access, entering and exit the underground garage. And their analysis showed that this parking garage was sufficiently meeting various standards. However, they did suggest that there were going to be convex mirrors at the top and bottom of the garage. And while there's a convex mirror shown on the plans at the top, I did not find that on the plans, a convex mirror to be shown on the plans for the bottom. So staff would recommend that they clarify that on the plan showing a convex mirror at the bottom of the ramp to help alleviate some of the visibility exiting and entering the garage area. As far as the number of parking spaces, the table on the screen right now, which is also included in the agenda report, shows the total number of parking spaces being provided per the density bonus requirement at 23. Otherwise, the zoning code without the density bonus would require 31. That's not really a question that the commission can really require more per the density bonus, but just showing that for kind of comparison. With regards to other transportation impacts, this project came in and as it is right now, the VMT, as I understand, is the policy it's moving forward, but when this project came in, the city had interim guidelines which basically stated that in order to be found to be not a significant impact per VMT, they'd have to meet their regional average. Sorry, they'd have to meet the regional average with a 15% deduction or reduction. And so Fair and Pierce used a slightly different method to show how the project might be under the threshold, but consistent with other projects. And now since the VTA has provided the city with a tool to evaluate projects, city staff ran this proposed project in the VMT evaluation tool from VTA. And so again, as provided in the agenda report and shown on the screen, this project is under the 15% reduction to the regional average. It's also under the city average as well. So even if we applied the policy moving forward with regards to VMT, it still is under that threshold. So this project does not need to provide any further mitigation for VMT. Also, with regards to transportation, the city still will be applying the LOS standards, and as provided for by Fair and Pierce, they did an evaluation based on the Institute for Transportation Engineers trip generation estimates, and the restaurant itself, based on the change in use from the restaurant to the residential use, it's a quite a large reduction in daily vehicle trips. I did point out in the agenda report that I think that Fair and Pierce utilized additional square footage of the building, which is, and I talked with the applicant, which is not really restaurant use. So even with a reduced amount of square footage for the restaurant, there's still a total reduction in daily vehicle trips, but I did point that out in the agenda report. Moving on to other walkability and bicycle types of impacts. This site is served by Bolus Elementary, Egan Junior High School, and the Los Altos High School. You're well aware of your own maps that were recently published, and so we did. I think Fair and Pierce included some maps, but those were prior to the commission actually moving forward with your own maps. We did look at, this is just an example, of course, of one of the schools. We looked at all 3 schools, and it does look like there is sufficient access to the schools, and with the suggested routes, there's few improvements on the school routes that were shown, and most of those improvements are really improvements right in front of the schools that are suggested. So and this project being a really minor project in the large scheme of things, there isn't really the nexus for this project to provide any further improvements to those facilities. So that's just a brief overview of some of the multimodal impacts that are included in the agenda report, and just kind of an overview of the project. Again, this is a study session, so we're asking you to discuss it and offer some feedback to staff, and then we'll bring it back for a formal recommendation. And the applicant is available, and if they don't have a formal presentation, but they might be interested in saying a few things about the project.
Does
And
the applicant wish to speak?
yeah, and I can answer any questions they might have as well.
Great, thank you, Steve. But does the applicant wish to speak now? If yes, please go ahead.
I do see Brett Bailey from the applicant's team, and I'm scanning down the list here too. I do see Brett, but if
I'll give him maybe a few seconds just in case they need to unmute.
yeah, I see him unmuted, but
Okay.
I know in the past he's had some technical issues with this app.
All right, if he
Yeah. Steve, can you hear me now?
Yeah, go
Yeah,
ahead.
we do.
Oh, yeah. I had to push about 3 different buttons. Sorry about that. This is Brett Bailey with Dawn Group Architects. I'm the architect on the project. And Mark, I believe, is on the call, and Richard as well from Fair and Pierce. So they may be able to answer any questions you have. The applicant, Jean Unlu, was not able to be on the call this evening. So I think Steve covered it very well. I did make a note of the convex mirror missing at the bottom of the ramp. We'll make sure and add that.
Great, thank you. Very well. I think I'm going to bring you back to the commission. Let's just make comments and feedback directly. Let's not just do questions only.
Excuse me, I've got my hand up. I've got some points if you don't mind.
I don't see anyone with a hand up. Go ahead.
I apologize. It actually shows on my screen as having.
Okay, now I do. Yes, go ahead. Is that Phil? Is that right?
Sorry, say it again, sir.
Your name is Phil. Is that right?
That's correct.
Yeah, go ahead, Phil. Go ahead. I'll give you the floor. 3 minutes.
So firstly, I guess my concern is a number of things. I live at 396 First Street. So my concern is firstly, you're piecemealing developments on First Street without looking at it holistically, where you're putting in at the moment, you're going to be putting in over 200 condo units with everything that's going on. And I don't think that you're looking at what the right plan is for this part of the street from an overall standpoint. I think that's something that's sorely lacking and needs to be urgently addressed would be my first comment. Second one, and Steve, you made some comments on pedestrian. I actually had the privilege of walking up and down First Street with Gabe England last week. If you actually go out with a measuring tape, most of the pedestrian street at the moment on this side of First Street is 4 to 5 foot. I've seen plans where you say 6 foot or it's proposed 6 foot. And again, I use the generic term of you. I'm not accusing anybody. 2 people can only just walk down there. 2 people and a dog and a child can't. And if anybody's coming the other way, you can't move. This is a high traffic pedestrian street with a lot of people coming in from the other parts. I apologize, but collectively, we're ignoring completely the pedestrian requirements of walking up and down. That needs to get addressed. There are options to do it that should be considered. But to be honest with you, it's unclear to me that that is being taken seriously. So overall plan, pedestrians, you may say there's nothing on parking. I live at 396, which is a 20-unit condominium. 4 of those units are 1 bed. 3 of those people have 2 cars. So I understand what you're proposing. If you're going to pass on condos, as Steve presented, you need to, with everything you're putting in, you better be getting some parking somewhere, which is totally unclear, which is why I think that an overall plan needs to get done. I visited the city over 2 years ago before COVID and got told, yeah, we need to do a plan for First Street. It's 2 years. It can't take that long, guys. And I think it's somewhere it's a gross dereliction at a city level of what needs to be getting done. My other comments, and Steve had a pretty good slide that showed the overall developments. I'm pleased to see, which wasn't shown in the picture necessarily, there's some trees going up outside the front of 376. What worries me opposite 376, you've got some beautiful mature trees. You guys need to be thinking holistically, because you're going to have hundreds of people living in all these condos you're putting in. Nobody seems to be thinking about what's the community area where people can sit and talk with any greenery, where kids can play, where can dogs go, and the number of dogs that walk up and down the street. So I don't have a major problem with the development of 376. Whether I like 4 floors or not, I'm going to pass. Whether I like the size, but I think that there's more of an overall plan that we're abdicating as a city. And in a few years' time, this is going to be, excuse me, and I apologize, a crappy environment to live the way you're jamming everything in. And the fact that it's not being looked holistically, the fact that you're not taking pedestrians seriously in what's being considered, and the fact that I think people are sticking their head in the sand on parking. Now, the only other one, we were out 4 hours with electricity Sunday. Everybody's putting in these mechanical garages. I've heard people say, hey, they're not going to use them. They're going to park on the streets because they don't trust them. And if they jam and if there's power out, I honestly, and I apologize, I'm not trying to rant and rave or anything, but I think that we really are missing some important things. And the cop-out is, well, the state makes us do it. Oh, we don't have a choice. I apologize. That's unacceptable in my books. And, you know, if that's the approach, we need to get different people in the council type thing to be looking at this seriously. And again, I don't mean to be grumpy on a...
Thank you, Phil. I think you've made your points and you've exceeded your time allotment, but I appreciate your thoughts. Okay, I don't see anyone else's hand up. So I'm going to bring it back to council. To commission, excuse me. Very well. Who would like to go first?
I'm always willing to go first, but
you've been given enough fuel for the conversation.
I'd be happy to go first.
All right, go ahead, Suzanne.
I think that the first thing I wrote on my notebook was in capital letters, First Street needs a second look, end to end.
Let me suggest, please divide.
Right. I'm going to turn to that next.
And to applicants. Yeah.
But from that point to this construction, this project specifically, because that's what we are required to talk about, I am concerned that you have 15 units and only 10 class 1 bike parking. I know that is the minimum, and I know that we are working on changing that minimum. However, if you have 15 units and 15 families, you only have 10 bikes, and it's insufficient. You have 2 class 2 or visitor parking bike racks out front. I think that's also insufficient and a little bit of a cop-out, to borrow from, I think, Phil's phrasing. So I'm concerned about the lack of parking for bicycles. I know they've met the requirements. I know that they have met the requirements for density housing. 23 spaces is all they're required to do. We cannot ask them to do more. Those are my comments.
All right, more comments. Feedback to Steve and the applicant and to the city, or city council if you want to. Cindy.
Not similar, but on the same lines of what Suzanne was saying. I think we've all talked about like the cumulative impact of all this development, and so let's bring that up again. And to the Phil who made the comment, it's very much on our radars. My feedback specifically for that development is also in terms of the parking, and I know it looks like the minimum EV parking spots is only 3, but with all of the changes that are happening and all the electrical vehicle requirements that are coming in the next decade, it seems like you aren't future-proofing the parking for that building for very long. And that was my main comment.
Steve Guest, Commissioner Guest.
I'm just going to disclose that I own a condominium at 38 3rd Street. I believe that's more than 500 feet away from this development, but it's maybe close to that, or 700 or 800 feet as the crow flies. So I probably should not comment or ask questions.
Okay, Tom, Stacy.
I guess one of my concerns is like one person was stating that, if power goes out, those power lifts, what happens if your car's up on that? You're just stuck. I don't know if there's any kind of backup generator or anything, but that's a concern. And, when we're trying to get more people commuting, like Suzanne says, that we should have more bike facilities for it too. So just in general like that. Thank you.
Stacy.
Thank you. So thank you to my fellow commissioners and Mr. Underwood, who have already commented 100% with the comments that we've heard. And these are many issues that we've raised again and again. So this leads me to my point, which is we've created this draft development checklist, and thus far it seems to be missing in action. So 1, we need to finalize it, but 2, even until we finalize it, a lot of the information in there applies to these projects. And I would ask Steve to sit with Marisa and look at that checklist and make sure we have all the information that's in that checklist coming our way if you want this approved on consent calendar. I'm not going to enumerate all those things tonight unless the chair wants me to, but we've enumerated them in the past and they're in that draft checklist list. What I did want to say tonight is a couple of things. 1, am I the only one of us that's concerned about the one-way car ramp where cars can only go one way on it, and the cars at the top, if there's a car coming from the bottom, have to just sit and wait out there, and vice versa? I don't recall us having any other one-way entry ramps, and if we don't, I don't think we should start with this one. And also I read comments about how there's a I don't know if it's a door or something on that ramp or the garage entry, but cars have to wait on the street for like 10 seconds for this thing to open or something like that. That's not acceptable to me. And again, this shouldn't be the first project where this is allowed, because then we could just create this up and down First Street, and that will create bigger problems for us. So I think I didn't see it in any of the details, but we often have a flat part at the top of the ramp so cars can kind of wait there. And I think that that's an important thing to have. The other things that I will say is voluntarily provide ample parking. Please don't assume in the future that there will be street parking available for unlimited use by the residents and guests of the building. Please voluntarily provide additional bike parking, as Commissioner Ambiel said. All the other development applications that have come before us have done so. Any resident in that building or visitor of who would like to ride a bike should be encouraged to do so and should have a safe place to put their bike. And as Suzanne mentioned, new standards are in progress at the VTA. And I'm also going to say I'm a little concerned about, we've heard about expanding the sidewalk, but I'm a little concerned about Mr. Underwood's comments about it's still not wide enough. So maybe when this, if staff wants to comment on that tonight, or when this comes back to us, if they can address that issue, that would be great. And I think I'm going to stop there.
Great. So I think a bunch of comments. First, I want to echo our Vice Chairman's point on the checklist. Between Larissa and Steve, we urge you to get that completed ASAP, please. That is the Commission's collective wisdom written down on a few pages in there for the applicants to fill in the info for us to proceed forward. Specifics, I'm going to divide my comments into 3 categories: to the applicant, to the city staff, and to city council. So to the applicant, I think the biggest concern is the operation of the parking and how is it really going to function, especially in the event of power outages, which we do experience quite often, or even worse yet, in the event of an evacuation. You know, people should remember that only a year ago, fires were about just a mile up the hill from here, and we were all on warning that potentially the hills could be evacuated. So if the power goes out, how do you evacuate? Will there be a backup power? Will there be solar power? Will you have battery power? I don't know what the mechanism is going to be, but how do you give folks the mechanism to get their cars out of the garage lift? To the applicant also, I would strongly encourage you to make the sidewalk outside of the building a red zone, all of it a red zone. It is, and perhaps this is now I'm going to transition over to the city. I would urge also Steve and the city staff to go and then check on those projects that we've done in the past. There are a bunch of projects we've authorized and approved in the past, and now they're actually built up, that have the lift mechanism. And I'm curious to know how many cars are actually parked in that lift versus parked on the street. And I suspect that, I don't know what the answer is, but I wouldn't be surprised if more and more residents choose to park on the street instead of parking in the lift. There's the inconvenience of waiting for your car to come out when you want it, and there's the convenience of having something on the street, which is easy. So I think I would love for the city staff to come back and sort of say, we've done a quick survey of existing projects, and we find that the occupation rate of those lifts is X%. Because that would really help us understand to what extent those 23 parking spots that we're talking about are actually are less than that, because maybe some portion of that would be on the street. And to the city, I'm not sure exactly whether this is to planning or to Jim and his team on the transportation side, but I feel that now we're caught in the sort of no man's land, where the planning division says, hey, the applicant and the project has met all the requirements by the state. The transportation says, hey, we also met our requirements. But there's this sort of no man's land where clearly something is missing. Parking is missing, the pedestrian sidewalk is missing, and there's no ownership of those pieces. And I don't know who owns that. And this is where I'm gonna, send my last sort of comments to City Council. We urge you to just step in and find ownership, because right now this no man's land has no ownership. I don't know who owns the streetscaping of all of First Street, because I've not seen it. At one point in time, it used to be a consideration, and then somehow it vanished. And by the time it comes back, we've built up all of First Street. So it would be a shame if we just wait. And then we raised in the last project review the parking question. And the parking question, I know we cannot ask the applicant to put more parking. I get all of that. But we can have, as a city, we have to take the initiative of making it very difficult for people to park on the street if they're residents. Maybe we should ban parking overnight or create permits. And that's not in our purview. That's where the city council needs to step in and basically assign someone to own it. Right now, this is in no man's land. And planning says I don't own it. Transportation says I don't own it. And it's just gone. And then the last point I want to make is, by the way, Steve, is there any potential for this project to have any commercial utilization and any of those units turn into semi-commercial use? This is purely residential, right?
Yeah, so this is an application for condominiums for residential purposes.
Okay, great. So there's no chance of turning into one of those units into a bakery or something else, and people come in and just do services, or perhaps a beauty shop, or God knows what else, right?
Not in that sense. Home occupations are allowed.
Okay.
There is a state mandate for like cottage food industry, but there's those little kind of home occupation types
small.
of things. So that's kind of limited in what people can use it for. So
Okay.
home offices, types of things, and limited number of visitors.
Okay, fair enough. That's not a problem. Okay, great. Thank you. So I think that's sort of really my last comment is back to how do we address the parking part? That is a fundamentally big issue for this commission. And right now we're stuck. And I'm going to absolutely plead with City Council to help us get unstuck, because we need to address the parking problem in downtown, especially on First Street, with all those units coming up and all of them utilizing the bonus density or the density bonus rules here. Okay.
So I heard a couple things, and I guess there were some questions in there that I can answer if you'd like me to. So
please.
So just to address some of the overall issues there, and I believe there was probably some presentation given by the city attorney's office. There are, under the Housing Accountability Act and the Housing Crisis Act that the state has adopted, and then also there's just different layers of this, then also the density bonus requirements. There's things that the state does mandate. One of those is not requiring more than, as you know, not requiring more than a certain number of parking spaces based on the number of bedrooms. So that's something that the state has already mandated that it precludes us from requiring more. There might be other things like you're suggesting, not related to this project, but parking enforcement or other things that the city can do with that respect. But there's other mandates by the state, and one of those is that we can only apply standards that are that are enforced at the time that this project applies and is deemed complete. So as new standards are developed and go through the process of being adopted, we can't just like retroactively throw it at the applicant and say, well, you know, you have to you have to apply these to the project because it's not fair to them and it's not consistent with state law. There's also to require the applicant to do something, it has to be an objective standard that's adopted, and I think you're kind of aware of that with you know, some of the checklist items going forward and other things. We have to have those, have to be published standards, and we can't kind of make them up. And I know that there might be some desires from the commission, but in a developer's mind, those goalposts can't really change throughout the project. So if we don't have a standard, we can't really enforce something. And to kind of say, well, they should voluntarily do something, it's not consistent with that. So there are, I heard some comments, you know, kind of that were a little, and the city attorney is also pretty adamant about this when it gets to city council, about making sure if a project is going to be denied, that it's based on objective standards. And then with regards to kind of the streetscape area, and overall, I would say, yes, there has been concerns raised with the number of projects coming forward on First Street not having a streetscape plan, and that should be, I think, worked into an overall program. If it's, you know, raising up to potentially the city council identifying that as a project and being part of a program that the commission either takes on or is then also something that is worked through with staff as well, because there's going to be, it's a big job. It was done on the north side of First Street, and some people that are with that overall process. And then when that project or program comes forward and you adopt a plan line for the street, it might determine what the street width needs to be to fit all those facilities: sidewalk, bicycle parking, the travel lanes. And then looking at that cross section, would you require additional dedication? So we don't have anything more than asking the developers to please dedicate like this 1 foot additional sidewalk. And it's very hard to mandate that because frankly, we don't have a plan line to increase that width. So while the sidewalk area might be minimal, it's what we can sort of ask for at this point, and a developer can probably put their fist down and say, no, I'm not going to give that to you. But we have gotten fairly good commitments from the developers, at least the projects that I've been involved with. There are some others on First Street that are moving forward that I'm not aware of those design considerations. But so that's kind of some answers to what I heard. Overall, I did just wanted to restate some of the concerns that you had with this project specifically. I would be coming back with a recommendation. I think that you need to be specific in meeting certain standards for that recommendation. But I hear a number of commissioners concerned about the number of bicycle parking spaces, the number of spaces for cars overall, but you know, that limitation there. There are some concerns about the actual lifts, the utilization of the lift system, and the battery backup system, which they are incorporating a portable generator system that can be plugged into the lift. and they show that on the plans. And just looking through the notes, sorry. I do hear, you know, the overall concern about parking on First and maybe some enforcement, but I think that's a little bit beyond the scope of this specific project. And I did hear a commissioner concerned about the maneuverability and visibility using the garage ramp and queuing onto the ramp from the street. So those are some concerns. I'll do my best in putting that together in a recommendation, which would go to Planning Commission, City Council. It may not be like we recommend approval or denial of the project, but incorporation of these things in a sort of in a meaningful way into the project. And that's how I'd recommend moving forward with that. And I can take any other further comments, but.
That was a good summary. Thank you, Steve. Any further comments here?
Steve, would it be okay if I made a couple other observations?
That's the applicant. I don't know if you.
Yeah. This is Brett with Dahlin Group. Just a couple comments. I think Steve covered a lot of what I wanted to add to the comments that were made about the backup power for the puzzle lift. One of the other comments I wanted to make, I think Stacy made a comment about the ability for two vehicles to traverse the ramp simultaneously. So the ramp is 20 feet wide. So hypothetically, you know, if you're careful and going reasonable speed, you should be able to maneuver. If there is somebody on the ramp, somebody could potentially go by the other person. The other thing I wanted to point out is when you're coming to the top of the ramp, the way we designed it, if you look at the site plan, you'll notice that a car can queue up before it proceeds onto 376 First Street, or onto First Street, excuse me. We studied this with Fair and Piers. So that grade there is about 5%. So it is relatively flat. So you do have an ability to come up, check for pedestrians, inch out on past the sidewalk before you go onto First Street. And I think Steve covered everything else. We have looked at how we can provide the maximum number of bike parking spaces. We want to make the bike corral comfortable so people aren't scratching somebody else's bike. We could probably squeeze in some more, but we were trying to be, you know, I'm a cyclist myself and I don't like my bike getting damaged. So we were trying to be careful about how we put bikes in that corral. But we can look a little closer at that. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Great, thank you. One question, actually, will there be, for the cars going up the ramp from the garage, will there be some kind of an alarm system that alerts the pedestrians on the sidewalk?
Yes, there will be a sign that will alert pedestrians that a car is coming.
Okay, great, thank you.
Yes.
One quick question for the applicant. Will there be balcony space for families that want to park bikes in a balcony? And will they be permitted to do so?
That would be kind of I guess a CC&Rs type of question. So I'm not sure I can answer that. There's definitely space enough to do that. If I will say this, and I've discussed this with Steve as well. I would put my bike in my unit. I would prefer to have my bike in my unit where I can keep my eye on it a little better. And there is space in the units to actually park a bike in. We've got a pretty large storage area in most of the units. So I would consider doing that. But
my concern is more with a family, right? If you've got mom and dad and two kids, you have 4 bikes.
Yeah. Well, that's the other thing I should point out is we do have 1 and 2 bedroom units on this project. There aren't anything larger than that. So we are expecting that, you know, the buyers for these units will be, you know, 1, 2 people most of the time. But yeah, I guess it is possible that a family of 4 could move into one of these. Let's take a look at it. I mean, if you look at the garage plan and you look where the bike corral is, there is the opportunity, I think, you know, when we get mechanical involved and we design those spaces, we may be able to make that corral a little bit bigger. And there is some space on the north wall where we could put a couple more bikes. So that could get us up to probably 13 spaces.
That would be excellent. And if you could pull power into those bike rooms so people could charge their e-bikes, that would be even better.
Good idea. Good suggestion.
Great. Well, thank you, Mr. Bailey. And with that, actually, we are going to close on this item.
Sorry, Chair, if I could briefly say, I didn't hear in Steve's summary, although he had a very thorough summary, that he was going to go back and look at the draft development checklist. So I just want to remind about that, and not to open up a new conversation, but for example, there's things in there like how many waste containers will be on the street, what's the loading zone plan, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So I would just encourage Steve, you to get a hold of that and work with the developer on some of that information.
Yeah, I think the point is that this checklist needs to apply for the next project, Stacey. It cannot apply to this project. I think the encouragement is to get Marissa and Steve to agree to make and publish that standard list for the next project.
Yeah, but I think I'm also saying is I agree that we have to have a finalized checklist published, but the information in there was to capture the frequently asked questions of the commission. So without asking, you know, every question, there are some questions in there, like a couple examples that I just made that I didn't.
You're gonna have to ask those questions at the commission meeting. I think that the point is that we would love for Steve and Marissa to finalize and publish that list for the next project. For this project, we're gonna have to ask those questions verbally.
Yeah, just to address real quick, I know the checklist is being discussed internally, and I think Marissa is moving forward on that. So, but yeah, it's one of those situations where moving forward with this project without the checklist, I think, is going to be the situation. But we'll get. I think Marissa again is managing that process.
Yeah, but I want to encourage you and Marissa to get it published ASAP so we don't have the same discussion point again at the next project.
I hear you on that.
Great, thank you, Steve. And so with that, we close item number 4. It is well past 9 o'clock, so we are not going to do the master plan, the Complete Streets Master Plan. And then we're going to go straight into informational items.
Hi everyone, so I have a couple of updates. I just want to make sure that it's time for that. Okay, so first of all, it looks like we have a subcommittee discussion on our agenda. There are 2 updates there. One is the work plan subcommittee, and I just want to get everyone's approval to add Suresh to the work plan subcommittee.
And the subcommittee, remind me, I know we have it in notes somewhere, not in front of me. Who's on the subcommittee currently?
The work plan subcommittee right now is Stacy and Cindy, and we would like to add Suresh.
Well, so unless there are objections, so be it.
No, I just remember, I think originally we had maybe tried to put 3 people on it to begin with, and then somebody brought up something about the number of people who would then maybe trigger the Brown Act, but I don't know if that still applies or if now that we have more members.
Very fine. Yeah, based on the training that we had last week, I don't think three should be okay. But
yeah, I checked in about that.
Yeah, I think 3 should be okay.
Yeah, I checked in about that. As long as we don't have a majority of the members, we're okay. So 3 out of 7 is fine.
Right, majority minus 1. That's exactly right. Yeah. Great, awesome. So you will have the pleasure of telling Suresh, right?
Yes, thank you. And our second subcommittee discussion is regarding the Safe Routes to School subcommittee, which we would like to form. This is going to have a couple of parts. One will be 1 or 2 commissioners, myself, Andre An from Alta, who's been leading our Safe Routes to School effort. As you know, you've met her a few times, and then it will be some people from Greentown, Los Altos, and also people from the school districts and the various schools. That'll be one component to review programmatic updates. And then another component will be a smaller, more focused group just with city staff and the two commissioners, one or two commissioners, to review the infrastructure improvements. And nominated for that subcommittee are Suzanne and Stacy. So I just wanted to get formal approval there.
Absolutely. I think between the two of them, we've got the best in town in terms of schools and kids and traffic to schools. So don't feel shy about sharing your opinion with the rest of the subcommittee members.
Okay, great. Thank you. And then, Chair, if it's okay with you to move to the monthly staff report.
Yes, please.
So first of all, I would like to make an exciting announcement, which is that we have hired a new assistant engineer on our team, and she joined us, I think just, was it last week was her first week. And thank you. She's here with us tonight. She's been taking notes on the meeting. Her name is Nafis Majid, and she is a structural engineer. She has actually more than 10 years of experience in structural engineering, and now she's making the move to transportation. She has a PhD in civil engineering from Syracuse University in New York. She recently worked at HNTB, which is a consulting firm. She worked on projects for BART and Capital Corridor. She worked for Sandag. She worked on the high-speed rail, and she worked on a project for the Golden Gate Bridge, and many others. And she recently received her PE in civil engineering, so we're very excited to have her and be working with her. And Nafis, if you are here and you want to say hello, please do.
Everyone, and thank you, Marissa. It's a great pleasure to be in this first meeting for me. And I have to say, I'm really impressed and I'm very pleased for the level of engagement and the depth of the feedbacks and comments. And it's definitely very productive for the city. And frankly, after tonight's call, I'm even happier to have joined the city of Los Altos and looking forward to help as much as I can.
Well, welcome aboard, and I can say doctor, right?
Yes.
Awesome. What new project are you going to be taking on? First project. Not Questa, right? Is it?
Not Questa. Please, not Questa.
No, it's not. It's not Questa, but yeah, I'm gonna work on a sidewalk improvement on St. Joseph Street.
Oh.
And, yeah.
Fantastic.
This commission knows the St. Joseph project very well.
Yes.
Fantastic. Welcome aboard, and I hope you have a great time. You have a great team there to work with. We'll look forward to see you again in the future.
Thank you.
All right. Well, thank you, Marissa. I think that's the last item, right? Number 6. Yep.
Yeah, I have 2 other quick updates. They are brief, but quickly. We do have 2 meetings coming up. The first one is a community outreach meeting, and it's for St. Joseph, and that will be on November 4th. That's an evening meeting. And the other meeting that we have forthcoming is the Complete Streets Master Plan going to City Council for a study session. That'll be on November 9th, and that will be 2 hours long between 4 and 7 p.m. I'm not sure exactly which 2 hours yet. It hasn't been decided, but just to put that on everyone's radar.
Okay. Beautiful.
And that's the end.
That's it. Great. All right. Commissioners' reports and comments. Stacy.
To be brief, and you've probably picked it up already, the VTA is in the process of updating the bicycle parking technical guidelines. And I want to thank Commissioner Ambio for tag teaming with me to create a set of feedback for the VTA.
Okay, great. Beautiful. Other comments and feedback from the commissioners? Suzanne.
I've been approached by Greentown and Egan to do another rendition of Drive That Bike. Apparently, the situation is reaching dire proportions out at Egan in terms of kids on bikes. So I've been communicating with Margie. I did notify Marissa and Jim of this request. I don't know the exact timing, but if it all falls into place and I'm able to do it, you're all invited. It'll probably be the first week in December.
Well, I hope it's not going to rain when you do that, right?
Doesn't matter, you don't melt.
Okay. Okay. You do a fantastic job. I've seen you teach before. That's going to be awesome.
It takes a special person to get 7th graders to sit still.
Yes, yes, you have experience in that. Other comments? I only have one comment, Marissa, and I don't know how we're going to address it, whether it's just to you or to the PD, but the level of violations is, when I'm on my bike over town, is just insane. People just, in multiple places where they ignore traffic lights. For example, the right turn from Almond onto San Antonio, when that no right turn light goes on, people ignore it frequently. The second one is from San Antonio onto Edith. Again, it's a big red light arrow, and people just ignore it. The other one also is on on Foothill Expressway in Monte. That's sort of a new addition. When you get the 2 right lane turns, and it says "Do not make a right turn." Again, they ignore it. I don't know what needs to be done in there, but I think there's no point of putting up signages and striping, what have you, when people just don't pay attention to it. Yeah.
Yeah, it's actually a follow-up to what you said, Nadeem. And I think it came up earlier in our session today, which is that I think it would be useful if the police department had a presence, at least in listening to our commission meetings and taking potentially some action items back to the police department that they could at least talk about.
I know it's Stacy, but yeah, your point is well taken, Steve. Yeah, I think we need to re-engage in a dialogue. I know that Marissa and the PD are constantly talking, so I don't think necessarily they need to be in the meeting. But I think as long as somehow the dialogue continues via the city staff, that's also fine. But we got to address those issues. And at some point in time, I think when you deem appropriate, Marissa, if you want to bring in Sergeant Checky to talk to us, I think that'd be great. But that can be done at some distant point in the future when you've had the ample conversations with the PD. But there are some issues right now in terms of how do we enforce all the things that we're putting in place. Suzanne, I think I saw your hand go up.
I don't know if this is a future agenda item or tagging on to what you just said. Observing the bicycle traffic flow at Almond at the new bikeway, the 2-way bikeway. I was there recently and on my bike, and because of a large vehicle that was waiting at the light, the oncoming bicycle traffic did not see me, and it was about a near head-on collision between me and 2 cyclists. That is an extraordinarily dangerous situation we've created.
Indeed, indeed. I mean, I think cars go in the green lane all the time. They don't pay attention to the do not turn right on that when that thing is flashing. There's oncoming bike traffic. As a matter of fact, I was just pointing to a car just 2 days ago. He was got the same SUV sitting in the green lane, and I'm pointing to him, "You cannot be in the green lane," and he's looking at me sort of saying, "What are you talking about?" So massive disconnect between what we're trying to achieve and what the drivers are doing. Right? And so this is sort of some kind of, it's not just enforcement, but some kind of education perhaps. I'm not sure exactly what the mix is, but we need to think about some solutions there.
Yeah,
I'm wondering at the Almond intersection if we should move that limit line back another 3 feet to pull these cars back so that the bicycles that are turning into that bikeway actually see the bikes waiting, because right now we're neck and neck and you don't see the bikes waiting until you're on top of them. something to look at.
Yeah, we have been monitoring that area, and we do have plans to install kind of a small, low-profile vertical separation in the buffer zone, and that will keep cars out of the bike lane. You know, they won't have a choice at that point. So that's in the works and something that we're working on. It'll be the same one that we installed most likely on El Monte.
And I also, I think to that point, Marissa, I sometimes question whether the drivers, I shouldn't generalize, but some drivers understand what the signaling really means. When the green bike comes on and then the red light for the cars comes on, I don't know if they can process that, or perhaps they're paying attention to that signage or the signaling. I think, I don't know whether this is an educational problem or just an intentional, blatant ignorance problem. I think we need to sort that out. Steve.
Yeah, I think that we should add an agenda item for that whole intersection at Almond and San Antonio, because there's a lot of behaviors that have changed as a result of what they've done and some that have not changed. There still continue to be a lot of cyclists that, high school students mostly, that will be leaving downtown and riding the wrong way in the bike lane on the wrong side of the road on San Antonio to get to the light at Almond and cross there rather than cross at the light at Edith, because the light takes too long, I guess. And in some cases they ride on the sidewalk, but in some cases they actually ride the wrong way in the bike lane. And it's really dangerous both to themselves as well as to motor vehicles and other cyclists.
So Marissa, I think you said you're watching the intersection. Perhaps the next opportunity you can share with us the observations that your team is making and what conclusions you're finding, okay? Great. Okay, any other comments before we adjourn? Actually, no, potential future agenda items, but I think I think I'm gonna try to bump it back to the work plan subcommittee. And since most of those agenda items seem to be formalized in that subcommittee and presented to the commission for consideration for the future. Okay.
I would like to propose a future agenda item.
Please go ahead, yeah.
Let's look at First Street again for pedestrian and cycling traffic. Is that really a good corridor? And how do we make it better, given that people are not going to use these lifts? What do we need to do as a city for that corridor that's different than today?
I am actually going to seek guidance here from our city council liaison and see if we can get some guidance as to how do we, as a commission, can we help the city council to make this something that we can really change? What's the advice?
Thank you, Chair, and thank anyone who has stuck with us tonight. I know it's been a very long night with a lot going on. I think that the proposed agenda item is a good one. If the commission takes this up and does some kind of prepare some kind of a report post the meeting to present to the council, I think it's something that the council would be interested in hearing. I don't think that we have taken ownership. I think that you are right in your earlier comments that there is an opportunity for the council to try to take some kind of an ownership into what the streetscape is going to look like and what sort of standards we're going to have. We do, of course, have objective standards now for the downtown area, but they can be amended, they can be changed. If they are not producing the results that we want, then quite frankly, they should be changed. And the commission taking up this as a formal agenda item, taking a look at it, seeing what's working and what's not working, and what you see coming down the pike that's going to be something that we would be disinclined to want, I think it would be useful for you to bring it to our attention.
Great, thank you. Then let's do so. Let's make an agenda item then. Okay. Awesome. Great. So with that, seeing no further input from the commission, we adjourn this meeting. Thank you all for staying late. It is 9:37. Good night.
Good night.